Good morning, everyone. Some fewer people in the room today. Need to readjust my where I'm looking. Welcome to Day 19 of the Inquiry Advisory Committee hearing for Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded, as parties are aware, and the recordings will be available on the Engage Victoria website. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm the Chair of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee appointed to hear this matter, and I'm joined today in Portland by my colleagues, Deputy Chair Member Michael Kirsch, Member Lachlan Wilkinson, and Member Ken Joyner is joining us online. Today we'll be hearing submissions from Hamish Cumming. I note that we received Mr Cumming's hearing presentation this morning, so he will take us through that during his submissions today. In terms of other preliminary matters, as a follow-up from Mr Turner's question yesterday regarding document 163 and the data, so the document was a transmission line basis of design report. I'd just like to confirm that ISC doesn't need this information for its purposes for assessment of the proposal. So I was just closing off on that request. And then the only other preliminary matters relate to the submissions of yesterday, and Mr Chessel, we flagged at the end of the day we'd consider and discuss that this morning, so I'm happy to hand to you if there's something that you'd like to run us through this morning.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Thank you.
I suppose the first thing that we would say in that regard is that the concerns that we raised at the start of play yesterday were in our submission borne out. That is, yesterday you heard presentations purportedly given by people with expertise claiming to be independent of the submitter, who they were making the presentations on behalf of, who expressed opinions of a technical nature, opinions that hadn't previously been expressed in the material that had been filed before the committee, that hadn't been put to our witnesses, and there was no opportunity for the testing of those opinions. And frankly, had any of those people been called as witnesses, we would have had hundreds of questions about the opinions that they expressed and the basis upon which they expressed them. In the afternoon, we heard submissions of a technical nature, including from BirdLife Australia. You recall that at the start of play yesterday, we indicated that we hadn't had an opportunity to review the slide presentation that had been filed on behalf of that submitter. As it turned out, that slide presentation contained a large amount of technical information that bore, frankly, no resemblance whatsoever to the written submission that had been filed by that organisation. And so again, there was a material of a technical nature that had not been previously filed in the proceeding, that we hadn't had an opportunity to consider, and more importantly, that our witnesses hadn't had an opportunity to consider or respond to. Now, the IAC indicated yesterday in ruling on our the direction that we sought that it would treat those matters as submission, and obviously in our submission it has to proceed on that basis for a series of obvious reasons, and it will be important for the committee to consider the question of weight, that is the weight that can possibly be attributed those submissions. And we will certainly address you in closing about, in reply, about that question, about the weight in circumstances where on the one hand you had 5 days of peer-reviewed independent expert evidence that was the subject of cross-examination, that is, that was tested, and that concerned each of the species of concern. So that's on one side of the ledger. On the other side of the ledger, you heard submissions made by people who were professing to be independent, but of course cannot be independent because they were not appearing in their own capacity. Right? So in order to be independent, one need be appearing in one's own capacity. But the people who were making the submissions were mouthpieces for the relevant submitter. So it's immediately apparent that they cannot be considered independent. And of course, for all the reasons we identified yesterday about not being able to test the evidence, not being able to put it to our witnesses, not being able to consider it in advance, the question of weight is a very important question that the committee will need to deal with, and we'll address that in reply. The submissions yesterday were of a technical nature, and they raised new issues of a technical nature, relying on materials of a technical nature that hadn't been advanced until now, the 6th week of this hearing. And as we indicated yesterday, we would give some thought about the most appropriate way to respond to the submissions of a technical nature. And we've made some inquiries of the relevant witnesses who did appear before you and did give expert evidence that was tested. And the long and the short of it is we're still in the process of ascertaining what would be required in order to respond to the technical submission. So were we to provide a technical response to the technical submissions, it would be necessary for us to re-engage the relevant witnesses, for them to consider the material, for them to prepare material in response, for us to have an opportunity to consider that, and for that material to be put before you. And as I said, we're making inquiries. Mr Venosta, as I understand it, was unavailable for the reason that I identified yesterday. He is not, as I understand it, presently working, having had a personal incident that he was dealing with. I have spoken with Mr Organ. He's confirmed that the matters that were raised yesterday, were they to have been raised earlier, are things that he could have responded to, but obviously couldn't because they weren't put to him, and that were a response to be prepared. It's not a response that could be prepared within the next week. That is, it couldn't be prepared within time for the conclusion of this hearing. And this is already the longest hearing, as I understand it, for any wind farm in Victoria. We're at 6 weeks, moving into 7 weeks next week. And it simply would not be possible for us to prepare a written technical response to the technical submissions, that is the new matters that were raised yesterday, within the time of this hearing. So we're still considering our position in that regard. Obviously, to re-engage the witnesses would require us to incur further cost and for further time to be, a further process to be resolved. And we haven't yet formed a view about whether we consider that to be necessary. We are mindful that throughout the course of this hearing, the committee has usefully and appropriately identified circumstances in which it would require further information of the proponent. And should the committee be of the view that it would require technical responses to any of the technical matters, the new technical matters that were raised yesterday, and indicated that to us, well, that would be one thing, and we would certainly respond to a request of that nature made by the committee. If, on the other hand, the committee indicated it did not require a technical response to the technical new matters that were raised yesterday, well, that would also be of benefit to us to assist us determine an appropriate course forward. But as matters stand, we are still making inquiries to ascertain what would be required of us in order to provide a technical response to this new material. And so I'm not in a position yet to indicate one way or the other what we propose would be the appropriate course. As I said, we can make submissions about weight, and we say there are very powerful factors that the committee need to consider that we can certainly address in closing or in reply. But were the committee minded to seek a technical response, that would not be something that we anticipate being able to provide in the week that is left in this hearing process. So, Mr. that's our provisional response for present purposes, and we benefit from any direction from the committee in that regard. We note that there's a large amount of material filed very late last night or very early in the morning, whatever it was, and it might be we need to address that too. But that's our position in respect of the matters that were heard yesterday.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr Chessel. That's clear. From the IEAC's perspective, that approach is sensible. Clearly a choice for the proponent whether you choose to re-engage experts with the material they've heard, but we will certainly come to you if we have any specific questions or issues that we are seeking further advice from the proponent and or your experts on.
Yes, thank you. We'll give that some thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just confirm, as you mentioned today, we'll be hearing submissions on Brolga, as we're aware, and we will come back to you as promptly as we can with any queries regarding the material that was presented to us yesterday and content that comes through today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on that basis, I'll just ask if there are any other matters that we need to discuss before I hand to Mr Cumming, who is joining us online. Mr Cumming, I'll get you to turn your camera on and your microphone, and we'll check that the tech is working while I...
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, all clear. Thank you, Mr Cumming. And nobody's popped their hand up online, so I'll assume that we're good to keep moving. Mr Cumming, welcome, and I'll hand to you to take us through your submissions. And if you just give us a moment, you're going to screen share and talk us through your presentation. Is that
yes,
correct?
I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I'll let you get started with that. Thank you.
Okay. Is the screen sharing yet?
Yes, it's working. Thank you.
Okay, righty. I couldn't see from this side. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, well, you know my name already. That's fine. And now the screen's not working.
Right.
And,
So we've got
okay, we're working now.
Great.
So my background. I've successfully managed Brolga breeding and flocking habitats on my property at Darlington for many decades. I've also advised other people on their properties as well. I've successfully advocated for Brolga's protection at many proposed wind farms in the past 20 years. I'm not anti-wind farm. I'm just against wind farms being inappropriately sited, where they'll have a significant environmental impact, particularly on Brolgas, but also other avifauna as well. And I believe Kentbruck will actually have a significant impact. 2022, I was fortunate enough to win an Australian Conservation Foundation Award for my conservation and advocacy work. Nice piece of perspex there. So why are we here? I don't think the general public should have to fight to make companies adhere to the rules and the guidelines, but it appears we have to, and it appears we've had to do it for the last 15 or more years. The department should ensure research and reports are accurate. They should make sure all available information is used, and all conservation acts and guidelines should be followed. And even if new information comes to light during a panel hearing, as it has in many panel hearings, that information should be used and embraced, because we're not here just to bang a permit through, and it's not about money, it should be about the environment. So the government should be trying to protect species, not trying to find loopholes to build wind farms that put species at risk. But here we are again at Kentbruck. Again, the community is doing the department's work. And why? Because the government wants to approve wind farms. They have an agenda, they have a target, and it appears they will go to extreme lengths to do so, including producing a factually flawed handbook in recent weeks to try and pave the way at the expense of flora and fauna, and I'll discuss that a little bit later. So key points of concern. I believe this project will have an unacceptable impact on avifauna, particularly from the bittern, from what we've seen, from Brolga, from what I know, and migratory shorebirds and raptors and bats, which we've experienced at other wind farms already. In this presentation, I will focus mainly on Brolgas, but I will also get into other species a bit. There's a dot missing there, sorry, there's still a number of things wrong with this presentation, including a few spelling mistakes. But anyway, so one of the things I want to discuss is claimed greenhouse gas reductions, because I don't believe they can be used to justify an environmental impact that this project's going to cause. It's not acceptable to destroy the environment in order to save it. I believe this project's too close to Ramsar sites, being sandwiched between Ramsar wetlands and the Glenelg River. And an interesting fact is 20 years ago, when I was embarking on trying to save the Brolgas at a particular wind farm site, the department then was DSE. And they said to me, Hamish, you don't have to worry. You've got two sorts of endangered birds there. They're internationally protected. One of them was one of the terns. I can't remember if it was the whiskered or the gold bill, but one of them in particular was there. And they said, if you've got that, you will not be allowed to build a wind farm within 20 kilometres. And at that time, 20 years ago, that same viewpoint was given for Ramsar sites. They were protected, and they were going to be protected for 20 kilometres. Well, all that's gone out the window. We're now talking about protecting them for 500 metres. I don't believe the proponent has adequately buffered key wetlands, which will lead to collision risk and displacement for a lot of avifauna. And I believe the 2011 Brolga guideline buffers for Brolgas, etc., must be adhered to. The environmental risk of the project here at Kentbruck has been severely downplayed by the proponent and their consultants. More concerns. Critical information about the Brolga has not been considered by the proponent, such as information from other wind farms post-completion reports, from VBA data that showed there's little, if any, Brolga breeding taking place within 5 kilometres of constructed wind farm footprint since those wind farms are being commissioned, and I'll go through them, a few of those anyway, in a bit later. Another concern is that the information from VELF and GPS tracking data sets that indicates a wider breeding home range, it hasn't been used. As we went through during the cross-examination and we showed the internal DECA document, only 400 data points have been used. And a bit later, we show one bird, one nest site, and we've got 500 available data points off the VBA for that nest site, one nest site. Yet in this project, and the buffering that's been given to it was based on 400 total for all the Brolgas. The data in the latest GPS tracking of Brolga by Arthur Riley in Northern Victoria and Southwest Victoria showed significant movement of Brolga during the breeding season. Now, I raised this early on about we should get that and asked the panel to get it. It wasn't got, but we've gone and got it. We've asked for it, we've got it. Biosis complained at one stage during the process that the data couldn't be used because it wasn't cleaned. We asked for clean data. We provided with clean data, which we will show. And Biosis could have done that. The US crane paper by Pierce, which we'll show later, shows a 5 kilometre crane displacement for hooping cranes. Navarrete shows an 8 kilometre displacement from sandhill cranes. Now, in previous panels, consultants have upheld the sandhill crane as being so close to the Brolga and behaviour and everything else that they use sandhill crane data when talking about Brolga. But now it's a bit like Christopher Robin and Winnie the Pooh. All of a sudden, they're the wrong sort of bees. In our case, the wrong sort of cranes, and the proponents don't want to use data from other cranes. The buffering that we've got here at Kentbruck appears to be built around Veltham Thesis 2019 Home Range Walking Chick Movement paper. As I said, it's only 400 data points out of tens of thousands of data points that were available were used. Veltham appears also to stand on Biosis's 2011 report for her recommendations in her documentation. But this is a flawed document, which we'll go through later, and it's been explained and exposed as well at Willatook and Mount Fines hearing. And the consultants, the same consultants were at some of those hearings, and DECA were at some of those hearings. They know this document is flawed, yet still it's gone and been used as a basis for a handbook and for the Kentbruck buffers as well, which is it's just wrong. The other thing which I'll touch on later is collision risk for other species, in particular probably wedge-tailed eagle is one. So what I believe needs to happen is the proponent should be made to adhere to the 2011 Brolga guidelines and buffer where the standard actually says where the Brolgas spend the vast majority of the year. What's being buffered at Kentbruck is just a few days of when Brolgas chicks can walk or fly. If you look at the 400 data points used in that thesis, some of it's only 11 days, some of it's 14 days, some of it's 15 days. And even then, not all the data for those days was used. They only used 1 point from each of those days. So if the birds move 4 or 5 times during the day, none of that data was used either. And we'll demonstrate that later with the GIF that was attached to the presentation material I put through. So we cannot rely on permit conditions to solve these issues. We've seen this at other planning panels where they put in permit conditions, they look good on paper, but they rarely translate to any transparent or meaningful protection for the flora and fauna. In fact, if the conditions are put in this permit, if it was unlucky enough to be approved, responsible authorities generally don't even enforce them. We are still trying to get MacArthur, and I work well with AGL and have been working with them, with Brolga, for many years, but I still cannot get the Moyne Shire Council to enforce the permit conditions. I have more luck doing it direct. I also believe that we need to provide adequate buffering in the first place. It's the only way to address this. You can't mitigate for something that you've pushed out or killed. You're best to move the project before it's built. There's been a long history of consultants designing buffers to suit wind farm layouts rather than protection of Brolga or other species for that matter. Planning panels have removed turbines from a number of projects since 2010, only because of community objectives, only because we've successfully shown that the buffers proposed by the consultants are incorrect. From the panels that I've attended and the panels that have removed turbines, I estimate 389 turbines have been removed from a range of projects in southwest Victoria, including where Mortlake East and Penshurst didn't go ahead at all. And the consultants might argue, oh, it wasn't because of this, it was because of that. But at the end of the day, read the reports, read what the panel said, and it's because the information put forward and the methodologies applied were easily shown by the community to be wrong, and it's only the community that called the companies out and had the turbines removed. Very rarely did departmental staff help. They used to help more in the olden days, back in 2010 to 12, but today they're only advisory. We get no assistance at all. Now, before we get into the main part of the project, I just want to put something in perspective, and that's the greenhouse gas emissions reductions of this project. Now, fine, moving to renewables, that's fine, but don't move to renewables in an area at the cost of the species when the greenhouse gas saving itself is so small on a national or international scale, it can't be justified to destroy species. So what is Kentbruck claiming they're going to do? They've got a few things here of what's going to happen. We're all going to die a dramatic death if we don't build this wind farm. But are they actually claiming they're going to have effect on lowering global temperature by building this wind farm? Because they're not. Kentbruck claims it will save 2 million tonnes of greenhouse gas per year. But this number doesn't take into account the manufacturing, construction, maintenance emissions or the decommissioning disposal emissions. It also assumes a capacity factor that hasn't been achieved by any other Victorian wind farm. Dundonald, for example, was claimed that it would have a 43% capacity factor, and that was one of the deciding reasons where they built the wind farm, and they had a Brolga mitigation plan because they have displaced Brolgas, and it was a permit condition. That permit condition has not been met. By this stage of the process, they agreed to have 2 chicks in the air. That's new chicks in the air, over and above what would have been there. They've got 4 mitigation projects going on at the moment. It's a public document. It's on the Tilt Renewables website, and they haven't achieved anything. They have not achieved any nesting or chicks fledging. The last report that came out, they said basically, we think there was some in the long grass, but we're not sure. And there's no evidence of any nesting. There's no documentation of any success. And the same as Chepstow and Warborough, they had a condition as well. There's been no success of any mitigation of any Brolga work in the past 10 or 15 years. And then at the end of the day, Dundonald only is managing to get about 26% capacity factor. Now, if they went in originally with 26, it may not have even got approved. It got approved because it was supposed to be such a wonderful location. So on emissions, Australia's emissions are 400 million tonnes a year. There's a nice little graph there. Now, I've also got Belgium shown here, which will become evident a bit later why I've got Belgium there, but anyway. China's 12 billion tonnes a year. And there's Australia and Belgium right down here, squeaking away down there. And we have to embrace renewables at the cost of our species because of the good of the planet. Well, I don't believe that Kentbruck should go ahead on that excuse. The reason I've shown emissions of other countries like Belgium, Denmark, or whatever, is that the current war in Ukraine is adding as many greenhouse gas emissions as the Earth's atmosphere, into the Earth's atmosphere, as Denmark does. And also Belgium, as you can see below in the other link. You can look at these links a bit later at your own leisure. But they show that the war that's going on, and it doesn't talk about the Israeli war or the other wars, but just that one war is putting more emissions into the environment, as when you look at it, it's nearly half of Australia's emissions. And consider that a wind farm is only the electrical grid emissions, and electrical grid emissions in Australia is about a third of our total emissions. So we're talking percentages of percentages. World emissions, 35 billion tonnes. So Kentbruck's going to be 2 million. 30% of 400 million tonnes, they're going to be a percentage of 0.015% of Australia's electrical emissions, or 0.005% of Australia's total emissions. Tiny, tiny percent of China's or world emissions. So if you look at, if we don't build Kentbruck because it's got nice species there we want to save, it relates to an hour and a half of what China's producing, or half an hour of what the world's producing. So please just put this into perspective when we're talking about emission savings. So if Australia stopped selling coal and gas to the rest of the world, it would be a much bigger step than building Kentbruck. Kentbruck's not going to achieve anything on a national or international scale, and as wind farms have to have a net benefit, Kentbruck fails on this point alone. It's not the right place for a wind farm. So this is a little picture of, this is Australia's electrical emissions or coal production emissions, and this is what we're selling. So, please put it in perspective. Australia is still using 91% of fossil fuels, even with all the wind farms and all the solar panels and everything we're doing, even with hydro, we're still using 91% of fossil fuels. This is one of my favourite little cartoons, but it also shows you the orange bits on top of the graphs there are what is proposed to be built by China and India. And they're new plants that have been approved and are under construction. And if you have a look at Australia's emissions versus, it's about what India's building in the next year or so. And China's building many, many more than that. I think 600 current power stations under construction at the moment. So China's increasing by 15%, India 10%. Both are saying they're going to continue to increase their emissions until 2050 at least, before they start to reduce their coal-fired emissions. You can go to that link and have a look. So as I've said, we shouldn't be approving Kentbruck based on that. Other countries like America are also increasing. Worldwide, the annual increase is in excess of 2 billion tonnes a year, annually, and we're talking about a 2 million tonne at Kentbruck. It's not worth destroying our Ramsar wetlands, our national park species, and our bats for the sake of this. And if there's 15 species, I think I added up, have been added up, where the proponent is saying we have to use curtailment, mitigation, or offsets. 15 species. I've never seen a number in. I've been to 14 or more planning panels. I have never seen a number that high in any other panel before. Anyway, off the hobby horse, back on the Brolgas. So, I don't think inappropriate located projects should be allowed, particularly if the Brolga is going to survive. The Brolga is a part of the species that's over 10 million years old. It survived fires, flood, volcanoes, ice ages, droughts. And this, Melbourne University did some core drilling in the Antarctic in the ice, and they matched the dust layer to dust from Longreach. And another university in Queensland did the same thing with coral off the coast of Queensland, and they matched the dust layer from sediment washing out the sea with coral. And the two projects correlated with each other. And that is, in the last 2,000 years, there was one period of 100 years where Australia had a drought that went for 35 years straight. In the same 100-year period, there was a drought that ran for 10 years and another one for 5 years. So in a 100-year period, Australia was in drought for half of that period, so much so that dust was blowing into the Antarctic and getting trapped in ice, and sediment was getting trapped in coral. So all I'm saying is, don't let a project with a 20-year design life exterminate a species that has managed to survive for 10 million years. It's just irresponsible. So this is there's a link there. You can go and have a look. There's talks about cranes found in fossils, 10 million years old, but they're different to the Australian crane. They're different to the southern brolga, because our ones have still got a salt gland, which dates back even further. And it could be another 4 or 5 million years older, no one's sure. But what they do show is that our brolga, Australia's brolga, the southern brolga, even though the northern and southern brolgas are genetically isolated and genetically independent, as much as the proponent might try to say they're not, they are left over from an older age. And they have a salt gland that enables them to drink salt water, to live in salt marshes. In Queensland, they live in the marshes on the ocean. And in Victoria, they live in salt lakes. However, the Saurus crane is now interbreeding with the Northern Australian brolga. And it was about 10 years ago, there was 60. I think last year there was 600. This year there's like 1,500, because they're crossbreeding and they're fertile crossbreds. Now, there's another study being done at the moment, which is very early days, and looking at the genetics. But there's a risk that the salt gland is being lost, which means the Northern Australian brolgas interbreeding are watering down the genetics, are changing the genetics. And if that salt gland is lost in Northern Victoria, and it'll be a slow process, because you're not losing all of the brolgas, you're just losing some of them as the others crossbreed and become fertile and breed. But the southern brolga could be the only pure blood crane in the world, on the planet, that has got a salt gland that can live in salt water. So it's extremely important this species doesn't get annihilated. Why would the draft standards and handbook try to exclude all saline wetlands? And they're looking at making it law so it can't be challenged in VCAT. But rest assured, it can still be challenged in the Supreme Court and the Federal Court, because we're looking at that at the moment. Now, the document numbers here that you see there, you'll probably have to ignore or go back to my submission and the attachments in the original submission emails, because they relate to that. But that's not a big worry. We've got extracts from those documents attached in this submission. I think the brolga became inconvenient for the Victorian government, and they seem to be getting in the way of wind farms. So it appears the government is trying to find ways to reduce their buffers, to reduce their effect on wind farm projects. And that's really sad if that is the case, and we'll get to the bottom of that one day, I'm sure. But all that's required to stop the extermination of brolga by wind farms is to be more selective as to where the turbines are built. Give nesting and flocking wetlands a 5-kilometre buffer from turbines. When we look at the GPS tracking from Feltham and Arthur Riley, you'll see that 5 kilometres is not an unreasonable number. When you look at what they've been tracking in America and Canada with the whooping crane and sandhill crane, 5 kilometres is not an unreasonable number. And other countries are trying to protect these species and increase their numbers. Like the whooping crane project has been incredible to get it from 40 up to now several hundred birds in 10 years. So Kentbruck. Kentbruck models suitable breeding, Decker's new handbook models suitable breeding habitat. But if you have a look at their GIS mapping in the handbook, and we're all going to be wearing this handbook shortly, when you apply their modelled wetlands that are suitable, there's areas in the Ramsar wetlands here at Kentbruck that wouldn't be buffered. There's areas in other areas of the state, coincidentally, where they want to build turbines, that will not be buffered. And one of the possible reasons for excluding the Ramsar wetlands is because some of them are coastal marshes, temporally inundated, or have different vegetation types. Now, they're not good reasons for the Australian brogger because they've got the salt gland. And they also don't 100% nest in water, which I'll get to later. They don't need continuous inundation. They successfully fledge on dry land, which I will show later, and they successfully fledge in temporary inundation of 30 days, which we've got lots of records for, and so has Decker, mind you. They've got no excuse. There's a bit more about broggers living in saline areas and roosting in saline areas at night and on the Oz Crane site. So just labouring the point on salty wetlands, Dundonald, during that wind farm, they actually did a fair bit of work on looking at which wetlands they nested in, and this particular one here in the picture, as you can see, there appears to be no vegetation in the wetland because there's not. It's a salty area that at times is saltier than the sea. Broggers cart the nesting material in because the feeding of their young in this wetland is brine shrimp and other saltwater crustaceans. On this particular spot here, on one day, I counted 700 Australasian shovelers and 3,000 swans. Now, the shovelers were eating different things to the swans, but the vegetation in this salt area is under the water. The swans eat the vegetation. You can't see it. It's under the water. And that vegetation is home to crustaceans and other things. But looking at that, and under the buffering process that's currently being put forward by the handbook, this will be deemed unsuitable. It's just a close-up of mum and dad on the nest. So this work was done for Dundonald. Again, the document numbers relate to submission attached emails, but you can look at the source of where these came from. It's a government source, and it shows the salinity in that area. That's the Dundonald Brog utilisation report, the records there. Any square shown in this is a recorded nesting site, different colours for different years. The table down here, you can blow that up and look at it at your heart's content. But when you look at where these nesting sites are versus where those salt marshes or saline wetlands are, half of them are in salt-affected wetlands. So where we saw the birdie sitting in the lake, salt lake, a few, as I said, it's saltier than sea sometimes. Yeah, we've had brogger flocking records there recorded by DELP of up to 100 birds, different years, and they've recorded nests as well. So I attacked in the previous panel because there was a whole lot of records on them. That's because I bothered to go and photograph and record and put them on the VBA, and the consultants and the proponents tried to make claims that, look at that, they're all got his name. That can't be right. So in this submission that I've done today, every documented piece of data is from the VBA or directly out of consultants' records. Yeah, even back at the last panel hearing, the Mount Fines wind farm, the consultants tried to discount records because the lakes were salty. All the records were salty, even though we had photographs of them in there. Decca didn't correct the consultants. Instead, they agreed to discount the record because of the absence of vegetation. We had a photo of them there on a nest, then with young, but they still discounted it because there was no vegetation. So I think this decision is purely based on the desire to remove brolga habitat from records to enable turbines to be built, because facts, truth and photographs didn't seem to make any difference. But as I said, in this, I'm using their records. Now, the panel won't be aware of this, but the consultants will, and Decca will, because there's been 2 ombudsman inquiries into DSC and DELP, because thousands of records were removed from the VBA and the VWA, which was a prior atlas before the VBA. And the Ombudsman forced them to put them back. But if you have a look again now at those records, slowly some of those records have been removed again. And more will be removed because of the handbook. And maybe it's a cynic in me, but it seems to be removal of records from where wind farms proposed, and that just means another fight and another dragging up old records. This inquiry got so, I guess, sensitive that a person who ran the atlas gave me a digital copy of the records prior to him deleting it. He was told to delete it by his superiors. He gave me a digital record because he knew that I'd be the only way that those records could be held safely and put back. It took me 2 years, but we got them back. So looking at the handbook, oops, I keep doing that. Records have been recorded in the last 15 years across Victoria. 20 active nest sites have been modelled by the handbook as not suitable and not to be buffered. And either it's just some sloppy work or some intention there, who knows. But these records must be put back. And the GPS recording of brolgas in Victoria by ARI and Veltham show that a 5 kilometre buffer should be applied. So in my submission, the Part C of attachments, starting from page 101 of 400, there's a report from Laura Navarrete. She has 2 documents that I've put in there, and one shows cranes are disturbed for up to 14 kilometres. Disturbed means higher stress level, lower feeding level, so they're disturbed. She also reported cranes flying into turbines and being killed from an 800 metre standing start. She also found that cranes lived within 2 kilometres or tried to feed within 2 kilometres of turbines. Those that did venture in seemed to be stressed that no matter what they ate, they lost weight. And the concern was, and she refers to another paper in there where stress can cause them to any bird to use more resources than they consume. They then become susceptible to disease and sometimes they die. It's just an extract here. So stress shows decreased growth, increased susceptibility to disease. Now, she talks about disease and one particular disease, a from over there. And what springs to my mind when I read this is that we've got bird flu running around the world at the moment. And if it gets to Australia in any significant quantity and has an impact on the native species, and stress is causing them to be more susceptible to disease. We don't know at this stage, it hasn't happened, but will we get a case where wind farms causing stress that are causing birds to be more susceptible from bird flu and dying from bird flu? We don't know, it's early days. But it's something we should take the precaution against, I would have thought, if we have the opportunity. Still in the same report, she's talking about populations could potentially have weakened immune systems due to the stress, etc. Now, there's an interesting graph which she did where she recorded the activity level, the percent the time the birds rested from the distance from the turbines. And you'll see there's a little line here where they started to rest more at this point here. And it's about, I don't know, was it 4 kilometres or so? So up to there was very little resting, high vigilance, high stress level. So, yeah, make what you will of that, but it does appear from her records that turbines do cause the bird stress. So here she's talking about avoidance of the turbines by these cranes up to 8 kilometres from the wind farm. And she goes through what could cause it, shadows, noise, humans, other traffic because of the wind farm, vibration, or a combination of all the others, all of the above. Down here, she talks about the effect of the turbines on bird abundance has shown that abundance declines the longer the wind farm's in operation. That's an interesting thing that she's observed over a few years, and also Pearce has observed that with the whooping crane. But AGL MacArthur has also observed that, and we've observed it at other locations as well, but it's been most documented at MacArthur. It started off with 6, 7 breeding pairs close to within the wind farm, nesting around the wind farm. In the first year, that dropped down to 4. In the second and third year, it dropped down to 2. It's currently still sitting at 1 or 2, but that depends on if the turbines are running and what percentage of capacity factor they're running at. And I'll get into that a bit later. But when consultants say, broggers are still using the wind farm, yeah, of course they do. When the turbines are stopped, if you've got a capacity factor at Dundonald of 26%, or at Stockyard Hill, it's higher, but it's still not fantastic. That means the turbines are stopped for prolonged periods of time. And when they're stopped, the broggers will venture in. I've witnessed this. Dundonald's not too far from where I live. It's 8 k's from the closest part of my farm. So I get up there a fair bit and observe what's going on. And when it's stopped for a windless day, the broggers will go in. If it's stopped for a long period of time, like MacArthur was once for maintenance, when they were doing an electrical connection transformer problem and it was down for 6 weeks or 8 weeks, the broggers nested. Only 1 pair, but they nested. And when they got the wind farm up and running again, the chicks had hatched and were wandering around, but they're small. And when the turbines got over 30%, the parents left the chicks to die. Now, the consultants originally said, Fox has got them. But no, AGL got photographs, and the photographs are fully intact baby birds that had not been eaten by anything, had not been mauled, that left to die. And then we hear consultants saying, yeah, but maybe it was malnutrition, or maybe it was this, or maybe it was that. But maybe it was the fact the parents left. And if you look at the capacity factor of the wind farm at the time, it got over 30% for, I think it was 6 days, and then there was no broggers there again. Yes, they come back, but they are displaced and they do leave. There's enough evidence to say that no matter what you're told by the consultants. Again, in my submission, Part D, attachments, there's a report from Pearce. And interesting thing with this guy is they started doing the same recording in America and Canada using similar transponders to Australia. And in Australia, after 2 or 3 years, we turned the receivers off. We stopped getting the data, even though the transponders were still operating. Now, the cynic in me says, I don't think they liked the information they were getting, but I can't prove that. But in America, they kept the transponders running and they kept receiving for 6 years. So they got a lot more data. And what that data showed is year after year, the hooping cranes didn't get used to the wind farms. And they were displaced from their feeding grounds. And yes, they're different. Yes, they're migrating. Yes, they were doing winter feeding. But it's still the same thing. You've got the bird and the turbine. And for whatever reason, be it, aliens landing on the wind farm area or the wind farm itself, we'll never know really. But you look at the facts, and the facts say that the turbines or the wind farm area had a displacement effect on these cranes by 5 Ks, and Navarrete found 8 Ks. And I'll get onto the Australian one shortly that show similar numbers. Okay, we just talked about that. The first lines. Third line. Brolgas in Victoria have abandoned 100%, not 50%, 20% or 80%, but 100% of flocking sites within 5 kilometres of wind farms in Victoria, the Brolgas have not returned to. They've only nested in 2 locations out of 70 nesting pairs that were previously recorded pre-construction within 5 kilometres of turbines. 70 pairs have been recorded, and there's only 2 nesting locations that have successfully fledged chicks. Since commissioning, there has been, as I said, no Brolga flocking within 5 Ks. So 20 recorded flocking sites across 16 wind farms have recorded this displacement. Now, surely that's not a coincidence. Surely there's some science there that can be looked at. Surely DECA have got the resources to look at all these reports and come up with a analysis and a concept, but I don't think the will is there. So we're back to using the VBA. Now, the VBA is supposed to be the holding source of all records. Consultants are supposed to put their records there. The general public put their records there. So if we look at a few of these wind farms, Chepstow, there's not one recorded breeding since that was commissioned in 2015 within 5 Ks. There were 7 breeding pairs there before. Stockyard Hill, out of 100 historical nesting sites within or close to 5 Ks of the wind farm, only 1 nesting record since commissioning, and that was not within 3.2 kilometres of turbines. Salt Creek's had none. Dundonald has had 1, and that's a very interesting site because it's a shielded site with a rocky outcrop, and so that needs to have more work done on that to try and understand if it's the topography of the land that helped, or the weather, the wind direction. But then we have another look, and they haven't nested there since. On the other side of Dundonald, there was an attempt of nest in a particular swamp. It's a big swamp, and they did attempt to nest at 3.5 Ks, but they abandoned it and moved their nest to just over 5 Ks, and then they successfully fledged. One of the things you have to watch out as a panel is where the measurements are made, because consultants regularly measure from wind farm boundaries to nests, not from turbines, which tends to skew the results. So at Chepstow, we've got all the dots in. They've all got the dates, the years, so you can see exactly which year the records were made. But if you have a look at those records, there's none since it was commissioned. Now that we've used the latest download of the VBA, June 2025, just in case there were any more recent records put on, but there doesn't appear to be. And I would have thought if there was a record that appeared, there would be singing and dancing from the wind farm community, and they'll be slapped on there pretty smartly. But at this stage, there are no records since commissioning. Chepstow is another interesting little project because the flocking sites were within 2.5 kilometres of turbines, but that wouldn't have got approved. So you look at this map here that was put forward to the hearing, and you look at the scale here, that's 4 kilometres. So when you look at the scale of what 4 kilometres is, oh, the flocking sites are more than 5 k's away. And oh, look at here, these nesting sites are 900 metres away. That scale is wrong. That flocking site is 2.5 k's away. Some of these nest sites were 300 metres away. That was pointed out to DECA right back before the project was approved, but they chose not to correct this map, and they chose to approve the turbines knowing full well that that scale is wrong, and the flocking sites were closer and the nesting sites were closer. And since that wind farm has been built, there has been no Brolga recorded nesting or flocking at that site. There's been some visits, not denying that. There's been the odd Brolga that's come down and had a look and a poke around and left again, but there's been no flocking or nesting. Now, the sites were recorded not by me. I only went to that particular location well after the permit process has started to have a look, but they were recorded by the Trust for Nature in the 2 years prior. And the Trust for Nature's photographs and documentation wasn't used either. So during the cross-examination, I think it was last Monday or Monday the 16th, and I had some stockyard information, and I had a preamble, and it was claimed that all my information was wrong. So on the next slide, we'll have a slide from a YouTube automated transcript. The time is marked on the side, and it's claimed that my information is incorrect, and also claimed that the nest sites are over 50 years and not observed during the pre-assessment. Now that's a very important last line, not observed during the pre-assessment, because we'll get to that in a minute. So that's just the transcript here. So all the text in the preamble is incorrect, and the records, it doesn't spell Brolgas right, the good old YouTube, they weren't observed in the pre-assessment. Right, so we'll just remember that as we're wandering along here. They also stated in their document 383, which is a response asked for by the panel, that were active nesting and successful fledging observed Slater Lake. We'll have a look at that in a minute. And they're saying it's 2.9 kilometres, not the 3.5 kilometres I claim. They're also saying there's 2 structurally intact nests observed, indicating ongoing use. While no chicks were confirmed due to rainfall in 2020, likely led to a nest inundation. That's the previous year, mind you. However, the post-completion report, table .284, doesn't say that. It says there were 2 suitable Brolga nests identified in March within the lake. Looking at their structural permanency, as likely they have been utilised in previous breeding seasons. No direct observance of nesting or chicks were recorded during the analysis. And they talk also about being flooded in the previous year. But there's been no recorded nesting there. The nests, Brolgas use the same nest mound. We've got one on the property that has been repeatedly used for over 20 years. So if I went there like at the moment, we've got a drought, there's no water in the wetland, the nest mound's there. So, you know, according to the consultants, oh, look, they're breeding. Well, no, they're not. Not this year. So on page 5 of document 383, EHP claimed that BLA pre-construction surveys had confirmed 7 nesting pairs, and the results informed the turbine layout and the buffer design to avoid impacts from the key breeding flocking sites. Now, EHP peer-reviewed Stockyard Hill, but they haven't told us something very critical about what happened at the Stockyard Hill panel, and that's where 56 additional breeding records were provided to the panel by DELP or DSE. So the consultant had not found 56 breeding records. So the previous comment that he made a few slides ago that they weren't in the pre-construction survey, there they weren't, because he didn't put them in. So here we have from that panel document, additional Brolga records identified in the course of the panel hearing. So during the panel hearing, new information, not provided by the consultants, not cross-examined during the witnesses' statements and cross-examinations. They were provided by DSE, 56 additional sites. Now, that caused a whole lot of turbines to be pulled out. So we'd already had, by the stage we got to this part of the panel, they'd already had to remove 29 turbines. And then they had to remove another 56. And then they had to relocate 6 additional ones. Sure, that's here somewhere, resulting there. Yep. So they had to resite these additional turbines as well. So if the panel, like you're the panel here, if you're presented with information from consultants and it is not challenged by the community or the department, and the department's failing to challenge anything anymore, but at Stockyard Hill, they did. But if at Stockyard Hill, the community and the department hadn't challenged the consultants' reports, then 85 turbines wouldn't have been removed and 6 would not have been recited. So you cannot rely on the consultants as being independent. They're not, and we'll get to that a bit later, where the Minister for Planning has indicated that the wind farm consultants are perceived not to be independent. So I'm not sure. Earlier we were talking or talked to by the proponents solicitors saying about people not being independent and all sort of stuff, but the consultants aren't independent. At this panel hearing today, you've got 2 consultants, one peer reviewing and one doing the work, and the peer reviewer is trying to get 3 other projects up at this point in time using exactly the same buffers that the consultant for this project is trying to get through. Now, if the consultant gets it through at Kentbruck, then that's a precedent for 3 other projects. So you can't tell me they're independent when it's in their interests for their paid employer at 3 other projects to get Kentbruck approved. That's not independence. So my argument would be they should have less weight rather than people that are independent or are NGOs or people of the community that have got first-hand experience and have not got a multi-billion-dollar project wanting to be approved that they're getting paid to approve. However, with Stockyard Hill, back off the hobby horse, I believe the post-completion reports for Stockyard Hill show that even more turbines should have been removed. So there was a comment made earlier about, oh, it's not 100 by one of the consultants. Well, I'll let you count them up, what's close to and what's nearby, and some dots are on top of dots and everything else, but there's an awful lot of historical nesting sites around Stockyard Hill. Since June, using the June 25 VBA dataset, there is only one record, a restricted record. So we're not exactly sure if it's a breeding or not breeding. There's only one record in the VBA. Assume it's breeding, give them benefit of the doubt. And that is just under 5 Ks. It is the only record of breeding since that project was commissioned in 2021. And I've spoken to the company that do the searches for the brolga nests, and he's confirmed with me that he has found none. So, and if he had, it'd be on the VBA. You could rest your socks, rest assured. So again, remembering that AHP claimed everything I said was wrong in my preamble. Well, the post-completion report says there were 2 suitable brolga nests identified in March within Lake Goldsmith. But there's no nesting there. It was just they were suitable. No chicks there. Slater Lake. We've talked about Slater Lake, and the discussion was it 2.9 kilometres from the nest, or I'm saying 3.5 kilometres? Well, I've checked it, and it's actually 3.49 kilometres. I rounded up to 3.5. Sorry about that, my mistake. But from VBA historical nesting site to the closest turbine using Google Earth, it is 3.49 kilometres. I believe what EHP have measured from is a foraging observation record, not the nest site. I mean, we'll show that in a second. So there's the Google Earth picture from the historical nest site, and we have no information to show that the nest was at any other location for that, because the post-completion report doesn't go into detail if it was a new or old or whatever site. So we can only use the VBA, and the VBA location is 3.49. Now, what is 2.9 Ks is you've got these foraging things, these triangles, and these triangles are there, lots of triangles there, and I'm assuming that's what EHP have measured their 2.9 from, rather than from the actual nest site, which is lower down in the shallower areas where the lake floods. Happy to be proven wrong. There is no evidence in the post-completion reports to show otherwise. Similar for good old Salt Creek. That's the wind farm with a 5K buffer drawn around it, or a 5K line drawn around it. You can see all the dates of what was nesting where, what year, and there are none since the commissioning date of 2018. During cross-examination, we went through some of the Salt Creek and Dundonald nesting sites and displacement, and the consultants don't believe displacement has happened. They talked about dry years, wet years, whatever else. But if you go back to Chepstow, which has had every year under the sun, or Salt Creek, which has had lots of different breeding seasons come and go, there is no nesting there. So if it's weather dependent, they managed before the wind turbines were built, so I'm not sure why they're not managing now, except the wind turbines have been built. At Mount Fines wind farm cross-examination, Biosis suggested that, because they do the Dundonald and Salt Creek reports, they suggested they had some information that would show that there'd been breeding within 5 kilometres, and it hadn't been released yet. Well, guess what? That's 2.5 years ago, and there's still no further nesting sites have been reported or put on the VBA. And I know that guys that own the properties up there, and they haven't nested there. And I know the guys that nested at the sites around Dundonald, and one of them is very, very adamant. If they're telling you they're nesting here, they're lying, because he said they're not, and I can prove it. So that's very helpful to us. Now, Neverett and Pearce both reported less activity and more displacement in subsequent years. And as I said, we're seeing that. We're seeing that at MacArthur and other locations. We're seeing it at Chepstow. I think the last report at Chepstow, there was 1 pair that had come and gone, and there was 7 there before. So it's a constant pattern that we're seeing. We saw that during cross-examination. I think it's just showed where the Brolga breeding sites were beforehand. And we showed this at the cross-examination as well, which shows where the nesting sites have been sensed. This one here, as shown here, is the one with the interesting terrain. Had a successful nesting, but not since. This one here has had successful nesting, but it's just outside 5Ks. This is the one here that had nested within the 5Ks, but then gave up and moved outside the 5Ks. And this is the records since commissioning in 2021. And there's only one record, and that record on the VBA, we've got again, a protected record there, and we've got a record inside here somewhere that is the recent one at 3.5 Ks. 3.2 Ks, more than 3.2 Ks it is, yeah. So I think it's 3.5. Dundonald also had a number of flocking sites recorded prior. The consultants poo-hooed them, saying, they're one-off flocking sites. There's only one record on the VBA. Well, if there's only one record on the VBA, it could be because only one time it was observed and written there. It doesn't mean it didn't happen other years. But anyway, we'll run with the VBA. Okay, there were records there, even if there were only one record before, but there's been none since. And there's a particular flocking site, which is this star here. It's called Sheepwash Dam, and it was a repetitive flocking site of 100 birds, year after year after year. And the turbines were removed in this southern section of the wind farm because of that flocking site. So the turbine layout the turbines don't come down into this bottom part. But that flocking site also has been completely abandoned, even though it ended up close to 5 k's from the closest turbine. And no broggers have flocked there ever since. It was a nesting site as well, and they haven't nested there either. Morton's Lane. There's always an argument about this. I used to say, there's never any nesting, but their own reports had 2 observations of broggers sitting on the ground. Now, you can research wherever you can, and you'll find that broggers stand basically 24 hours a day. They sleep standing on one leg most of the time. I don't know how they do the balance, but they do, particularly on a windy day. But anyway, they had 2 observations of broggers sitting on the ground, but they said that they weren't nesting, so we're not calling it a nesting event. We had a look, we couldn't find any evidence there's not nesting. But the interesting thing they claimed, and we're getting back to what happened at Chepstow, is claiming distances when it suits you, or inaccuracies that should be picked up, whatever you'd like to, depends how cynical you are. 13, they claimed it was a flocking site near Morton's Lane that was 2 kilometres away. And they presented this in a conference, an international conference. And it was used in evidence in a Senate inquiry where we were banging on about flocking sites and nesting sites not being buffered enough. And it was used in that inquiry. And the claim was it was 2 kilometres, so therefore we don't have to have a 5 kilometre flocking site. So I disputed this. I went to the inquiry and I disputed it. And I used Google Earth to measure the distance and found it was closer to 7 kilometres, doing a real rough and dirty, whoop, there you go on the screen. The Senate initially dismissed me completely. They said the consultants are the experts. I guess I'm just a dumb farmer, but the Senate didn't want to include my information and would want it to go with the consultant 100% that the broggers were flocking within 2 k's of that wind farm. Then I demonstrated it on their screen and they backed off. So this is from the report for 2013. And in their report, on page 20, it says it's 2 kilometres west of the wind farm. So that wasn't corrected. The international report wasn't corrected. So I went ballistic to the company and I asked the company to correct the mistake. Years went by, but eventually another report was released. And even though it was the following year dated, it wasn't released. It's like Salt Creek. It was 2 years after the date of the report that we got a copy. And that was only because we got it through Freedom of Information. But anyway, 2014 report, it says, it's 5 kilometres. Still not happy. So I go back again. And I might have missed it here. Hang on. Challenged it again. Anyway, it was deemed it was 8 kilometres in the final. I've got a microphone on somewhere. I'm getting feedback all of a sudden. Thank you. Anyway, I can find that at another time. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's right in front of me. Blackwood Lake's approximately 8 kilometres from the wind farm. Right here. So that was the third report. So eventually they put 8 kilometres, but then actually that's an overshoot. It's not actually 8, it's closer to 7. But that's the problem we've got, because once these reports get written, they become fact. So you've got 3 facts in here for the one wind farm, and all 3 are wrong.
Mr.
Yeah,
Cumming,
yes.
it's 11:15, so we'll break now for 15 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll see everybody back here at past. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Mr Cumming. I'll hand to you to continue.
Okay, the last point on that slide was panels don't check consultants' claims. It's left to the public to challenge them, particularly now DECA doesn't appear to want to use factual evidence such as GPS tracking and post-completion reports to size Brolga buffer requirements. Whoops. Hang on. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Macarthur's an interesting site because there's been 2 successful breeding attempts, but only when the turbines were either off for long periods due to maintenance or if the turbines were restricted below 30% capacity factor near the nesting site. This assumption was trialled in 2024 and a successful nesting at less than 30% capacity factor was recreated. Yet a second site in the same year, in the same wind farm in the north end, where the capacity factor rose above 30% in the sites nearby, the birds left. So the 30% assumption was observed and recreated, but it comes from a history of right back into 2013, which we'll get onto. But here's some of the data that AGL provided to me, which shows that the turbine numbers and the number of days that capacity factor exceeded 30%. In the original study that I did back in 2013-14 at Macarthur, the 30% capacity factor was discovered, I guess, by a series of investigations of generation data and the consultant, Dr. Woods' observation data combined, which we'll get to that in a little bit. But now, at the top of the page here, you see the capacity factor they said on this particular case rose to 40.99 and 42.2, and we can see that in the graph here how long it was for. So 30% through here somewhere. So it's only for 2 hours, maybe 3 hours tops, that the capacity factor went over the 30%. And in the 2013 study, the Brolgas stuck it out, one pair of Brolgas stuck it out for nearly 6 days before it gave up. And it's the one that left its chicks behind to die. This is shows more the northern end of the wind farm. You can see the capacity factor was going up to 60%. And yeah, the Brolga abandoned that nest in the north. Now, at the Willowtook panel hearing, the consultants claimed that there'd been successful nesting every year at Macarthur. That was quickly and easily debunked. But then the consultants claimed they'd recorded nesting in 2018 and 2021. The wind farms commissioned in 2013. However, I work fairly well with AGL, and I understand that AGL had previously said that no nesting had occurred in those years. And I asked the consultant to provide evidence because allegedly he'd refused to provide evidence to even AGL, because AGL confirmed with me that there had been no nesting. Under cross-examination, the consultant was reminded of AGL's position on the nesting and asked if he had any evidence whatsoever to prove that nesting had occurred, and he confirmed he had no evidence. Yet DECA have not removed these 2 questionable records off the VBA, whereas I put a record on, I have to provide a photographic evidence and dates and all the other paraphernalia. These 2 nest sites, the consultant himself confirmed he had no evidence, but DECA still haven't removed them. So when I talked a minute ago about 2013, what I did, I used 200,000 AEMO generation data points and Dr. Woods' observations. And I've provided this report to the department and presented it at several hearings in the last 10 years, yet no department or consultant personnel have ever sought to confirm or refute the findings or recreate the findings at other wind farms, which I would have thought that would be in everyone's interest, but apparently not. It's an easy task to record capacity factors of nearby turbines. If Brolgas are present, my opinion is whenever they are present in a wind farm, they should be recording the capacity factors. That would help the company to understand when the brolgers come and go, and that information is available. You just have to ask the companies for it, and if they're happy to work with you, which AGL is, and 3 other companies I'm currently working happily with, they provide the data, because if they're genuinely interested in protecting the bird, then they're genuinely interested in finding out what's going on. So we use the 2 AGL utilisers.
Mr. Cumming, we've just missed the last couple of minutes of what you said. Sorry.
Oh, wow. How far back?
40 seconds, was it? Just get you to recap on the end of that slide that you're on again now.
So did you get the 200,000 data points? And I'm getting an echo back from you there somewhere in the pattern.
That should change when I turn the microphone off.
Oh, okay, right. So no department or consultant.
Yeah, I'll let you keep going. Thank you.
No department or consultant personnel have ever sought to confirm or refute the findings at any other wind farm operating in Brolga home ranges. It's an easy task to do. Capacity factors of turbines are recorded individually by the companies, and if the companies are wanting to know what's happening and help to protect the birds, then they generally are willing to give you the information. AGL have been extremely good to work with, and there's 3 other companies I'm working with as well, because they are genuinely wanting to understand what's going on. So the analysis was done using 200,000 data points, as I said, and 2 reports from AGL and Dr. Wood's observations. And the 2016 ones are ones that died, as I said, when the turbines cranked up over 30%. But one thing that has shown up from the reports is that there's been no flocking within 6 kilometres of that wind farm, even though during the construction of that wind farm, work had to stop for 2 weeks of one part of it because the brolgers flocked. And I remember the company who was building it came to a brolga discovery meeting, which we had, and said, what do we do? How do we handle it? We don't want to scare them off. And they agreed to just stay out of that area until they left, and they left about 2 weeks later. But they've never returned back. So with MacArthur, there's our drawing around the outside. This spot here is where there's been some nesting attempts, and there's been a successful attempt down here. You can see the records blown up from there, and there's 2 records there that shouldn't be there, which we've discussed, but there's 1 record that should be there, and there's another one going to be put on the VBA shortly for what happened in the previous breeding season. But 30% capacity factor does seem to be a repeatable finding. Now, Yambuck and Codrington. We heard during cross-examination and during discussion that brolgers were never there before the Yambuck and Codrington turbines, and no birds were ever displaced. Well, I'm pretty sure that the document that I tabled, which was one provided by Pacific Hydro to me, that was discussed in cross-examination about the displacement from Codrington to Yambuck. I'm fairly sure the wording of that, when the panel read it or reads it again, is very clear that they were displaced. But in terms of the brolga, I've spoken to, over the years, all the farmers there, and they talked about how the brolgers came and gone and nested and didn't nest and everything else. But this is just an extract out of that report, the utilisation of Codrington and Yambuck, of raptors and other birds. And what it shows is the native population of birds significantly reduced, approximately by 50%, when the Codrington started up before Yambuck was built. Now, the report has got a few lines in it that might mislead the panel, where it talks about that the total bird numbers are the same, but if you have to dig into it, into native birds and non-native birds, because the total bird population has remained the same, but the native birds have been replaced by introduced species. And the report, if you dig into it, clearly shows that. Talking about skewing data and what the thing shows, but one of the points in the report shows a massive decline, which if it's not displacement, I don't know what it is. Be it death or be it birds moving. In the Woods reports for MacArthur, which we've seen a couple of flashpoints before, and we will again. They're killing 13 dead birds per turbine per year, and of which a very high percentage were raptors. It's interesting too for MacArthur, because when they did the original reports, and I think I've got a slide way down towards the end of the thing in the collision risk area, but at MacArthur they claimed there was very few raptors there, which has been claimed. Consultants have claimed that at nearly every wind farm. There's very few. We're only going to kill one every year. We're only going to kill one every 16 years. But then it turns around that they're killing 10s or 20 or 50 every year. And that's repeated wind farm after wind farm. So I don't know why they're still using the same collision risk modelling. Okay, so we thought we'd have a bit of a look on the VBA, seeing the claim was that broggers were never there before. And if you have a look, there's 2005, 6 and 7, there's records. And these are records by departmental staff. They're not records by local farmers or bird groups. These are records from departmental staff. So they were there before and they aren't there now. Last recorded reading was 2007, and it's about the same time that wind farm was commissioned. I think it was in January that year it was commissioned. But an interesting fact popped up when we were having a look at that particular area, because the Australian bittern was present there before, and was there regularly before the wind turbines were commissioned. Now, we've had a look at Google Earth Rollback and our other little electronic friends, and it appears that no hydrological or vegetation changes have taken place in the Kentbruck area. But it does appear the bittern has gone, and it's coincided nearly exactly with the commissioning of that wind farm. So is it displacement or a coincidence? There's multiple bittern records are there throughout the wetlands, but they ceased in 2006. Kentbruck was commissioned January 2007. Now, from what we know about the bittern movements from the other people that have done presentations, it's likely that the bitterns probably returned home at late 2006 or driven out early 2007, but they've never come back. So there's off the VBA records for bittern, for Kentbruck, and you can see where the wind farm is staggering along here. And there's bittern records all through there. But if you have a look at the dates, there's not one single bittern record on the VBA since that wind farm began. So that's something that the panel, I would have thought, should consider when they're being told now, she'll be right, the bitterns will be okay, we just have to build another wetland somewhere else and take care of the one we're going to kill. But the chances are that you're going to displace them. And not just one or two of them. Looking at the Kentbruck records, you're going to displace potentially all of them. So if the consultants are wrong in their assessment of brolga, bats and bittern, and I haven't gone through the bats because we did that during cross-examination using the reports from Arthur Riley, etc. So we won't do that again. But if they're wrong with that, it's likely they're wrong for all the other species. They don't seem to be looking for evidence to help to protect the species. And with the proponent requiring monitoring, curtailment and offsets for 15 species, as we said before, shouldn't the alarm bells be ringing for the panel that this wind farm's probably in the wrong place? We've heard people talk about the precautionary principle, and my thought would be the precautionary principle would mean this wind farm's permit should be refused entirely. People talked about the orange-bellied parrot. I'm not going to go on any more about that. I've just put a slide here with a link to a very recent article that came out, I think it was just in the last week. There it is there, yeah. The 3rd of July it came out, this one. So it's a very, very recent article, worth the panel having a read. Consultants claiming that displacement doesn't happen, and they claim wind farms don't cause brolgas to fail to breed. They only concentrate on collision risk. So with the work done at AGL Macarthur, showing brolgas will use the site if they're below 30% capacity factor, they'll tolerate some exposure to turbines, but it shows in every case prolonged exposure to capacity factor over 30% resulted in displacement and failure to breed. As turbines are expected to operate at 100% capacity factor whenever they can, displacement will occur, and the VBA records show displacement has occurred beyond 5 kilometres for 99% of nesting sites with only 3 recorded successful nesting events across 16 wind farms. In 25 years, it were beyond 3.2 kilometres, and only 2 within 3.2 kilometres when the turbines were operating below 30%. So it's something that should be considered. For my analysis of the post-completion reports, and I've got a lot of them because I asked for them. Now, the consultants haven't asked for them. There is no excuse. And DECA haven't used them. There's no excuse. DECA hold them all. So from my analysis, there appears to be 50 nesting pairs of brolga that have been impacted so far. Now, if there's only 200 to 250 nesting pairs of southern brolga left, and there's a link there to the SWIFT site that says that, those 50 nesting pairs that have failed to breed and continue to fail to breed are resulting in lost future chicks and therefore lost future population. Now, the brolga lives for 30 to 40 years. So we've only had wind farms for the past, 15 to 20 years in bulk, and some go back to 25 years. But we're going to get to a stage, and the recruitment keeps dropping, unless there's a really, really wet year, really good for them. Recruitment keeps dropping across the state. And we're going to get to the stage where those old birds, due to normal ageing, are going to die off. And we've got a high population of old birds because we have a very low recruitment. So at some point in the future, there's going to be a year or a period of years where that 200 to 250 nesting pairs is just going to free fall because those old birds are going to die and there's no new ones coming up. So I've done a couple of recruitment percentages here because Dundonald had a very high recruitment success rate. It was 42%, whereas the average recruitment rate for the rest of the state, the average is 12 to 15. So if you've got one area of 7 birds that was doing 42, that's going to push the average up a little bit. So the real recruitment rate is probably lower than 12 to 15 because of those successful birds. But the Dundonald ones are gone now. There's only one pair that even attempts, and it's had one successful nesting with fledging since it began. But if we looked at an 8% recruitment, for instance, that would mean over 10 years, we've lost 74 birds, not because they've been hit by a turbine, but because they've been displaced and haven't bred. But the higher recruitment areas, the ones where the last remaining bastions of safety, like Dundonald, like Kentbruck, like Darlington, if they're knocked out, then your really high recruitment areas disappear. And over 10 years, you've lost 270 birds. It has a massive impact to take out your best performing areas. Okay, so we've talked about Veltham's GPS tracking. Now, there were 3 to 4 records a day for 2.5 years or thereabouts. There's the numbers anywhere between 70,000 and 80,000, depending on how long your piece of string is. So out of that, remember, only 400 records were used, which in a scientific analysis, it is absolutely appalling. But years ago at Dundonald, Inca actually put an objection in where she mapped the home ranges of the birds there, and the proponent was responsible for documenting and dispersing that information but the collars all turned black and white. Panel chair asked Inca to come to the panel and explain, but she declined. It took me more than 5 years and several FOI attempts before I got the original document that showed the collars, which showed the radius. DELP kept denying the existence for 5 years, but was actually planning panels that got me the information. And here it was, the chief planning panel member had been, I guess, picked up on the fact that I've been banging on about this for years, the fact that this document existed, and we kept being told it wasn't. The chief panel member found the document in the archives and provided it to me. So thank you, Planning Panels Victoria. You solved a 5 to 6 year mystery. So when we look at the maps, so just remember, this is only 5 Brolgas. We know that there were 100 present in that mob. There were 100 Brolgas regularly use that area. This is only 5 of the Brolgas that were carrying trackers. And they're the 5 Brolgas. So that's their home ranges. That's the data that was collected for those birds, and that shows their use of the area. And it's not 600 metres like you're trying to be fed at the moment by the proponent and the consultants. It is not 600 metres. That is several kilometres. That is beyond 5 kilometres in some cases. But that data was suppressed for between 5 and 6 years. Inca's, there we go. We want to have an update here. We might just do that later. Right. Inca had some other concerns about the reports that were done back then, and they all stand pretty well today. So the claim back then, and still the claim now, is that Brolgas, use the wetland area. They don't use the stony rises. There's always a lack of utilisation surveys. It's still today, like again at Kentbruck, there's no surveys done. There's no site-specific analysis done. They're relying on Biosis 2011 and Veltham 2019. By the way, the Veltham data, I had to push for, I think it was nearly 6 or 7 years to get that put onto the VBA, because for whatever reason, DECA were refusing to put it on. And in the end, Inca put it on herself, as I understand. Some of us have authorisation to put data on, including myself and a few other people. We have to follow all the rules, and we have to provide the verification and the photos and the data. But I believe Inca actually put it on herself in the end, hence we're able to use it today. So this shows one bird, and we're able to isolate this bird. It's a chick. We're able to isolate this chick because it hatched earlier than the other catch and release site chicks. So we know the data of this bird. We know it's clean data, and we have this data direct from the VBA, and it shows the home range of that chick. Now, I'd like to just run the animation of this shortly. There's no bird identifier on the data itself. We've made the link to the bird through the date of its hatching or its banding, and when the next bird started to be banded. So there's a bit of estimation in there, but it's pretty close, I'd say. So now we're just going to try and run the animation for you. The yellow birds, the dots are extracted from the VBA. The green birds are the other catch and release birds in the nearby area, and you'll see that they come in later. And what we're doing here, so it doesn't run for half an hour, is we're just lumping in the weekly snapshots, but we're collecting up the data within that week to lump it. So here we go. Hopefully it works.
Okay. Change screen.
Okay, it appears to be on the screen behind you there, so we're looking, we're right. So we're starting, this is starting before the chicks are banded, and then you'll see the yellow dot starting to appear. There we are, we're banded, and now we're starting to move. So this is 500 data points. Now, keeping in mind that the Delphin 2019 was only 400 in total. This is 500 for one bird. So you can see here that 600 metres is, I'll have to be really polite and say, not very sensible, because you look at the bar at the bottom, and that is the black one is 3.5 kilometres, with the white one is 7 kilometres. So total width of that is, I don't know, your total width is like 7 Ks, 8 Ks or whatever. But where was I heading with that? Let's just go back to the other screen. Oh yeah, that's where I was heading with that. So we go back to the other screen, that's fine. Yeah, back to presentation. Where I was heading with that was the consultants and even Veltham's report saying that 95% of the 95% of the data is buffered, not 100%, 95. So if you exclude the outer 5%, you're still looking at over 3 kilometres radius for that one chick. If you use 100%, you're more. So during cross-examination, Biosys claimed that Arthur Riley data wasn't able to be used because it wasn't clean. That's interesting because Biosys want to rely on the GPS data for bent-wing bats to prove what they do, but don't want to use it for Brolga. I asked Biosys if they'd asked for the data for Northern Victoria and Western Victoria, and from my recollection in their answer, they didn't know the Western Victorian ones existed. And I think that can be backed up by the table in their document where they're answering questions, and the question is about the data from Western Victoria, and the answer talks about Northern Victoria. So I don't believe they did know the data existed. So we asked for the data and we got it. We asked for clean data for the Portland exercise after Biosys complained that the data in cross-examination wasn't clean. So we got that data only in a very short time ago. It was provided to us. So that's what's on the Arthur Riley website using just snapshots off their own website. But from the data that they provided to us, we're able to play with it a lot better, and that's what we generated from the data they provided over that time period, July to December. We were going to have an animation of that as well, but that would probably take a lot more, because from memory there was nearly 500,000 data points with these ones. But if you have a look at the scale at the bottom, what's that? 50 kilometres. So that's a lot bigger than 600 metres. So, and this bird, what we call the red bird, and because on the Arthur Riley site they have 4 birds. I think there's green, yellow, red, and white. The red bird is a breeding adult. The chick is on the nest. The adult is wandering around feeding and prepared before the nest. We use from July to December. From the data that we've got and analysed, we think the chick was probably born in August, but we're not 100% sure because it wasn't banded. We're only going on the movements of the birds. But because there's a lot more nest activity at one point in the data, which we assume was when it was on the nest and hatching and stuff. The Brolgas swap over the care of the chick at least twice a day, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day, depending on the food resource and how far they have to go to fly. We have a pair here at our farm where they come in to feed on our farm because we've got the resource, and they come in 7 Ks to our farm to feed, and you see them swap over, and I've followed them in the ute and with the camera, and they swap over on the nest, and then the other one flies 7 Ks to our place to have a feed and go home. So they only each bird makes 2 flights a day, so 4 total flights. But if the resource is closer, we have another pair of birds that are only 2 kilometres or less from our property, and they come in 4 times a day because they can come more often. It's less energy to get there, and they flick back and forward a lot more regularly. So again, 600 metres, you can't believe that. It's just rubbish. So this is the Southern Victoria one, and keep in mind this is clean data. So this is actual what the birdie did. Lots and lots. And again, it's like 500,000 points of data for that one in that one slide as well. And that shows the movements of that bird in its home range from the time it was banded to the time it left. And our range at the bottom there, again, you can see the distance. You're talking, 8, 10 kilometres, that sort of range, not 600 metres. It's just nonsensical. This is the flight the bird took when it went to South Australia, and that's been talked about already. But the one thing that hasn't been talked about, and that is because we've got the data and it's clean data, we know what times things happened. That flight took place after midnight. So the flight to South Australia, flying through the wind farm site, took place after midnight. So there's no bird monitoring except maybe satellite thermal or radar. If it was the right weather conditions, might have picked it up, but no other monitoring like your Identiflight would pick that up. And human won't pick it up. The only thing I haven't checked is if it was a full moon or not. But still, the other equipment, camera equipment, will not pick it up even at night with a full moon. But the birds are flying at midnight or after midnight through the wind farm site, and they can't see. Like, people talk about what the birds can see and can they see in front of them and all that sort of stuff. You watch a brolga fly, it'll fly with its head slightly to one side if it wants to look ahead, because they have very poor vision straight ahead. So if they're flying at night, heading on their little flight to spend hours and hours in the air, they're not necessarily going to see a turbine. Now, the panel had asked at one stage, I forget who it was they asked, but they asked about flight path widths. And I tried to look this up this morning, and I haven't found it yet, but I know it exists because at Stockyard Hill, the flight path width was deemed to be either 2 kilometres or 2.5 kilometres. And I can't remember, but it was at least 2 kilometres. So when Stockyard Hill was built, it was deemed that there had to be gaps between the turbines, or blocks of turbines, to allow the birds to get through the wind farm to their flocking sites from their nesting sites of at least 2 kilometres. Now, that band width has been repeated at 2 other locations. Dundonald moved turbines, they moved the turbines up probably 1.5 kilometres from where they were to allow a 2 kilometre flight path from, as I forget the name of the lake now, but there's a salt lake where they flock near the corner of the Warndoo Road and the Darlington-Nerran Road. And the turbines were pushed back there to allow that flight path of 2 Ks. And again, at Golden Plains, a flight path was put in that wind farm as well. So if the panel's asking about flight paths, the consultants who, I think EHP were the peer reviewers for Stockyard Hill. They should know where to find that data for the panel. It's there somewhere. I just haven't found it yet. So they flew through the corner of the wind farm where 10 turbines would be and along the side of the other thing, but they don't always go on the same path. So if they deviate from that path by a couple of 100 metres, they're through the entire length of the wind farm. If you allow a 2 kilometre buffer for that flight path, and keep in mind there's other brolga nesting along that coast as well, and there will be other brolgas nesting east of there as well that would fly through to South Australia. So the flight path would be not just this one pair using it. And the squiggles are interesting because in real time, that's going up onto thermals and gaining height for the flight and stuff like that, and which is fascinating because this is after midnight. So they're gaining height after midnight to take on their long journey. If you recall, I did ask the panel to request both Veltham's GPS records to be done bird by bird and the Arthur Riley records to show what actually was happening with home ranges. The panel wasn't interested at the time in doing so. From my memory, claimed it wouldn't help their decision making. So I asked directly for the data and I got it. And I think it does help the panel. It will help the panel to understand what the home range sizes should be. And it shows severe deficiency in what the proponent and the handbook, for that matter, are proposing. So 2011 Biothis document's been talked about a bit. It was attempted to be used at the Mount Fines hearing. It was quickly shown to be flawed. It was not given weight. The draft of this document was tabled in this hearing as document 298. It's only the draft. It's on another slide, but I believe that Vival and Lenihan asked for the document and the panel said it wasn't going to help them, but it probably would, seeing the draft looks so interesting. So Veltham appears to be basing her thesis on both this 2011 as well. And there's another typo in there. And Veltham's 2011 is being touted as being the latest science, and it's informing the handbook, and DECA are relying on it. But the document's flawed. And during the Mount Fines wind farm hearing, Biothis agreed during cross-examination that whenever he confirmed, whenever a brolga could not be found within the 3.2 kilometre search area of the nest, he recorded it as 0 metres. As astounding as this is what Veltham 2019 and the handbook have relied on. So first bit we've covered, point 3, it's the cornerstone of the handbook, and it's the cornerstone of the proposed Kentbruck buffer of 600 metres. The entire buffering distance calculations for the Kentbruck wind farms seem to be the same as that was proposed at Mount Fines wind farm, and appears to be generated from the report that Biothis did, table 298, which was Penshurst and Mortlake brolga documentation. Now keep in mind, both Penshurst and Mortlake never happened. A fair bit to do with the fact that they never happened is because the brolga information was shown to be inadequate, let's say. However, the deficiencies in the method used to calculate the buffer distances render the report useless, and the distances it claims to have generated should be dismissed completely by the panel. And as Veltham 2019 relied on the report, Veltham 2019 should also be dismissed, not held by DECA as a basis for Kentbruck's buffers or the handbook. So the crux of the problem with the report is that every time the brolga cannot be found, the distance from the nest is recorded as 0, rather than recorded as a distance in excess of what the search area was. This skews the home range distance close to 0, rather than close to a distance that could have been within the 3 kilometre study area or beyond. The next slides examine the percentage of time the 0 was recorded for each pair. I conservatively estimate the overall percentage of records that use 0 to be in excess of 26% of the time. Page 18, paragraph 2, shows that one of the birds from pair 1 was fitted with a GPS tracker. But this information wasn't used either. Its movement post-fledging could have been mapped and could have been used, but it was not used. So we go through the pairs of the birds, the observations, unless they saw the actual bird, how many times they went to look at the nest. We have to assume they had 5 or 6 visits a day to record. That would mean they came to look between 15 and 20 days. Both birds were seen 100% of the time, that particular bird. But as we go through the different observation times and the different number of days and the different birds that were seen, brolgas were found 3 times where the brolga could be found. So out of 33 total observations of this pair, either one or all of the birds were not present 13 times, which is 49% of the time. So 49% of the time for this bird, a 0 is recorded as distance from the nest when it could have been 3 kilometres away. That's not scientific. So the next pair, same sort of thing. 25% of the time, the Brolgas received a record in metres. 75% of the time, it was a 0. Instead of it could have been a greater area. This pair 6, 3 times only, one bird was seen. 4% of the time, 0 was recorded instead of a distance greater than the search area. And on it goes. The 0 is recorded over and over again. So we won't labour the point too much, but this one's 50% of the time it had 0s. 90% of the time this one had 0s. 28% of the time this one had 0s. I believe Biosis knew that the flights were beyond that distance, but a turbine-free buffer of 987 metre was provided around all breeding locations as a part of that analysis. Then they put 300 metres on that. In this, their own document, they're saying 22.6% of flights during this period will pass beyond the turbine-free buffer. So that's the 1.3 kilometres. So they're saying, oh yeah, 22.6% will go beyond that. 18% of the flights will be within the rotor-swept area. And they refer to a document here, which is Symbolix 2008, but they don't actually use that later. They use a later document, which is interesting as well. Symbolix report 2010 has been added to Appendix 2. Yet this report does not include any of the flights that were known to go beyond the then proposed buffer distance of 1.3 kilometres, and they only used or modelled data points that were less than 700 metres. And there's a page 3 of Appendix 2, go and have a look at that. So for Biosis and Veltham to claim that 2011 shows 95% of the time Brolgas were within 600 metres of the nest is ludicrous and highly misleading, when the average, approximately 26% of the time, the Brolgas were not found within the search area. So DECA knew this because not only were they told at the Mount Fines panel hearing, but the Secretary was informed as directly in writing immediately when it was confirmed by Biosis during cross-examination at the hearing. EHP also knew this because they commented it on back in their 2013 report, 10 years earlier. So this is Ecology Partners report, document 413. It quotes and dismisses other consultants' work. It states Brett Lane 2008 was insufficient data. It supports Biosis's 2011 and Stark 2011. It quotes Brett Lane that Brolgas fly between 1.6 to 3.2 kilometres from the nest during the breeding season on page 15. And EHP also confirmed the missing observation in Biosis were not discussed and were not used in Stark 11, which is Symbolix. Somewhere in here. That's the next page. Missing observations were present in the data presented in the Biosis Research 2011 study. However, their impact on the reported home range and radius of containment values was not discussed nor considered in determining the home range requirements of nesting Brolga, Symbolix, blah, blah. And it's one of these pages that talks about Brett Lane and how far the Brolgas flew, but anyway, here it is here, sorry. Brolgas have been recorded flying between 1.6 and 3.2 kilometres from their nesting site during the breeding period. So, you know, like, we've just forgotten about all this stuff that was written back in 2013 and trying to rely on a document that was known to be wrong. That's just a blow up of the same page. That's probably because I couldn't find it last time I was trying to find it. So if in 2008 brolgas were flying between 1.6 to 3.2 kilometres from the nest during the breeding season, why is it now we're only buffering 600 metres? If 26% of the time Biosis knew they couldn't find the birds in the 3 kilometre search area from the nest, to capture 95% of the movements, the buffer has to be closer to 3 kilometres than it is to 600 metres. If Symbolics only use data points less than 700 metres, how on earth can you do any sizing of that when you've got some distances that are potentially 3 kilometres or more? And as we said, the HP knew about that because they read about it. So this was first raised in the Golden Plains hearing, and the panel called Symbolics in and asked them to explain themselves and their maths. They came, but they couldn't explain themselves to the satisfaction of the panel, which you'll see in the panel report if you read it. Stelp was made aware of it at Golden Plains, again at Mount Fines, and again here today. But they've agreed with Biosis 600 metres, and they've put it in their handbook. Is it any wonder the Victorian Ombudsman and IBAC are finally taking an interest after their handbook was released? And by the way, IBAC have ruled that anything that happens in a hearing can be used as evidence for their inquiries, just as an aside. Both Veltham full data for breeding season and the Northern and Western Victorian ARI data shows the buffer should be in excess of 5 kilometres. The nonsense of less than 600 metres being 95% of the distance from the nest should be dismissed completely, as it all goes back to Biosis 2011, where we had zeros and not actual tracking data. All the Veltham data I've used is from the VBA. All Arthur Riley raw data and clean GPS data was obtained directly from DECA in the past few weeks under FOI. All the post-completion reports were obtained from DECA and wind farm companies and councils. Maps of post-completion nesting was done using VBA data. The failure of Biosis 2011 and Veltham 2019 to be credible sources of buffering has been directly notified to DECA Secretary and Ministers and raised in recent planning panels. DECA are fully aware of this, so how can they agree to 600 metres? When the handbook was released, I asked legal counsel to start proceedings for injunction. But it was suggested, however, that as Kentbruck hearing was underway and it was using the same method of buffering, and the handbook was released during the hearing, and it relies on Biosis and Veltham, that the panel and Mr. Tobin should be given the opportunity to reflect on the evidence I put forward in this presentation. Mr. Tobin's already demonstrated that DECA can change the handbook because he's early changed location names for flocking sites that were wrong. By the way, nearly all the other flocking site location names on that same document are also wrong. None of those towns are where they're saying they're supposed to be. The suitable wetlands mapping by DECA in the handbook is incorrect, with dozens of current active nest sites which are on the VBA, including ones at Willatook, Darlington, Mount Fines and Kentbruck, have all been mapped as unsuitable and are shown as not requiring buffering. There are many, many other errors in the handbook, including the basis for sizing brolga breeding season buffers. The panel has the opportunity to use the information I provided to it and source directly from DECA and the publicly available VBA data. The panel has the opportunity to scrutinise Biosis 2011 and Veltham 2019, and they can determine if either can be used to buffer brolgas or not. The panel could also instead base the buffers on the Arthur Riley and VBA GPS tracking of actual brolga parents and chicks during the breeding season. Mr. Tobin has the opportunity of advising DECA to withdraw the handbook and have it corrected using the facts gained from post-completion reports and actual GPS data, rather than relying on the flawed documents of Biosis 2011 and Veltham 2019. So we'll wander now into collision risk modelling. Now, I have taken Biosis's modelling and Symbolics modelling to a number of universities. Maths professors across 4 universities in 3 states all agree the collision risk modelling used by Biosis and Symbolics is flawed and should not be used for planning purposes, as displacement and failure to breed has caused the loss of potentially 20 chicks across 16 wind farms. PVA should consider failure to breed and equivalent to a death. Mick McCarthy, Melbourne University. I've known him for nearly 20 years, and he states the population will be likely unable to sustain 20 deaths. So my extrapolation on that is a logic would say it couldn't sustain failure to breed of 20 chicks either. But that is my extrapolation. Mick wrote me an email which he said I could use back in 2018. I've used it a couple of times since. I've highlighted the bit in red where he says you might be able to convince me the Symbiotics model is flawed, but he then goes to say that the prediction of 20 deaths seems very large. Above that, he says, I'd be surprised if the population will be able to sustain 20 deaths per year. Now, I'm not saying the turbines are going to kill 20 a year. What I'm saying is the displacement that we've seen at 16 wind farms is having the effect of not breeding, and failure to breed is supposed to be one of the things that the guidelines are protecting brokers from: death, displacement, and failure to breed. Cumulative impact across all the wind farms operating in the Brolga home ranges at the moment have displaced and caused failure to breed, as well as deaths. I believe the impact is equivalent to 20 Brolgas a year, but the failure to breed is equivalent to 20 deaths due to loss of recruitment, etc. Mick hasn't used the cumulative impact of failure to nest or displacement in the 12 wind farms. And I've asked him about this, and he said because he wasn't asked to. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he said he only models what he's been given the data to model. So in my summary of that is garbage in, garbage out, because the PVA is only calculated from information provided by the consultants. It has not considered any genetic data available, localised populations, because when the genetic testing for the southern Brolga was done, and the Brolga Recovery Group did that through Deakin University and had help from Nature Glenelg Trust, and there was 2 reports done. The consultants love using the second one. They hate using the first one because the first one went into more detail and showed that the Brolgas were split in southern Victoria into 2 distinct genetic families that don't appear to interbreed, and they don't interbreed with the Brolgas in the north. So if you use information from genetics and you've got 250 breeding pairs and half of them are isolated to a family group, when you go into genetics and extinction, once you get below 100 breeding pairs, it's deemed as heading to extinction. Now, the Victorian government refuses to put the southern Brolga onto the EPBC protection, and the only reason I can see they refuse to do that is because that would give it more protection and prevent more turbines. But it is up to the Victorian government. They've been asked several times and they refuse. So the PVA was modelled on information provided from collision risk modelling only, and that that's been soundly criticised, as I said, by many professors. I haven't, in my submission attachment, some of the letters are there, but here I've only got a snapshot. One of the professors, his name is Broadbridge, he did a particular set of calculations. Document 160 relates to the attachments to the emails in my submission, but he finds a probability of collision of 15% if they fly through a wind farm, debunking Biosys' claim of less than 1/10 of that. Now, we see this with the eagles, and we'll get onto the eagles in a minute. Continually, the consultants are claiming very, very low utilisation of eagles and very, very low deaths, but continually, once the wind farms are built, the eagles are slaughtered in numbers, ridiculous numbers, compared to what the numbers are supposed to be in the wind farm in the first place. But the professors clearly say that the models aren't fit for planning decision making. If the modelling is in doubt, the PVA is then in doubt. There's an extract from one of the letters here. Unimaginable and questionable modelling is still being used, especially given the Bradshaw criticism in 2011 and given the advances in the state-of-the-art methodology when modelling turbine impacts are easily found. Up here he says, can absolutely cannot be used for the making of planning decisions until the authors revise the work and make it compatible with international standards subject to professional review. So and the other letters are all the same. They're all very damning of the, and this has been presented at 3 panels already, and still we're getting the same modelling fed up to us. So at MacArthur, the consultants claimed the Warburg collision risk model was used. Now, the Warburg collision risk model was the Woolnorth collision risk model. So it goes back down the line. The modelling is never redone as such. They use the modelling from somewhere else and follow along. So at MacArthur, they estimated 3 raptors a year would be killed. Now, it's currently 13 birds per turbine per year, 30% raptors. So there's more than 3 per turbine being killed, let alone 3 per the whole wind farm. So there's some other links there you can go and look at your own leisure. But the articles repeatedly state that consultants' modelling and the estimate of mortalities is consistently wrong, and the searches are too few and too close to turbines. Turbines and transmission lines killed 7 in 4 months, July to October, in one of these links, and 12 the year before, 11 the year before that, 5 the year before that. Now, with the searches, when Dr. Woods did MacArthur, he said, oh, okay, we've got to, the government's saying the standard is we'll search once a month, we'll do 20% of the turbines, and we'll only look out the blade length. He did his first lot of searches, and he said, this is a lot of rubbish. So he then decided for his second lot of year's searches, he doubled the search time, so he went every 2 weeks, and he went out wider than the blade width, and lo and behold, the numbers jumped 30% just by adding the additional frequency and area. His numbers jumped 30%, and his 2 reports are still available on the AGL website. Now, Ararat was another interesting one. I've tabled the document 418, first annual report, and if you go to page 20, you'll see the species abundance of the wedge-tailed eagle. Didn't even write a mention. Page 22, table 10, there was only 2 visual records of wedge-tailed eagles, claiming 0.7% of observations. Page 23, utilisation survey recorded no wedge-tailed eagles, and the risk of the wedge-tailed eagle was predicted to be very low. And paragraph 3 on page 43, they put a number on it. They said it's somewhere between 0.4 and whatever the high end was, but it's close to the 0.4. That would be a total of 3 dead eagles a year. 3 dead birds, sorry. A total of 3 dead birds a year. 2% would be eagles. That would equate to 1 eagle death every 16 years. Now, go to the report, go to those pages, analyse it yourself. So the risk of the wedge-tailed eagles was considered extremely low. In the first year, in excess of 20 wedge-tailed eagles were found dead under the 25 turbines searched. So it was estimated by extrapolation that more than 60 might have been killed. Now, we've gone from 1 in 16 years to 60 in 1 year. Extrapolation is a 1,000-fold increase in the estimates given, and that were accepted by the panel, and that were accepted by DECA. The panel did, however, notice that the collision rates from a range of European and North American wind farms, and this is page 43 of the panel's document, the collision rate varied between 0.4 and 4.5 birds per turbine per year, with most wind farm bird mortalities due to migratory birds. With relatively few night migrating birds, it is likely that bird stroke will be closer to the lower end of the range in Australia. Lower end, that's the 0.04. Anyway, and they go on to say it's only going to be these ones that there's plenty of, doesn't matter. They do state, however, that the proximity to state and national parks. So the panel reviewed DSE's initial concerns about the proximity of Ararat wind farm to the Langi State Park and the Ararat Regional Park. Now, if you look on these on a map, the closest parts of those parks to the closest turbines is between 2 and 3 kilometres, not 300 metres like Kentbruck is proposing. Yet large numbers of wedge-tailed eagles are being killed each year at Ararat and at a number of other wind farms, just for that matter. So 21 eagles were dead, including 2 prior to full commissioning, out of 51 birds collected. So table 4, page 11. So 41% of deaths were wedge-tailed eagles. Now remember on a previous slide it was like 70% at one wind farm. So very high mortality rate of wedge-tailed eagles. But only 25 turbines were searched. So that's where the extrapolated 60 comes from. Now, a staff member of DECA, or DELP at the time, raised the alarm within DECA that Ararat was slaughtering eagles at an alarming rate. At the time that person raised it, there were 120 dead eagles after 2 years. But instead of doing something about this and shutting the turbines down or finding a problem, DELP's answer, allegedly, was to relocate the staff member's job to Gippsland. That was how they fixed the problem. So now we're going to jump around a little bit here because things weren't working quite well on the computer last night, but anyway, it is what it is. We've talked about identiflight a few times, and it requires a clear view. If you have it at Kentbruck, it might save some eagles because eagles tend to hunt during the day when the sun's out, but it won't save anything else because they fly at night, in the rain, in fog, in sea mist, and I imagine so close to the ocean, Kentbruck's going to have a fair bit of sea mist. But the other problem you've got is identiflight requires a clear view. And Cattle Hill, they had to cut the trees down to get a clear view. So the consultant said, we'll stick it on a taller pole. Well, we've been playing with cameras for a while, and we've got cameras sitting on steel RHS poles concreted into the ground that are 2 or 3 metres off the ground, and we get too much vibration from wind load when it's windy. To stick a camera on a pole higher than the pine trees, looking across Kentbruck, you're going to have a pole nearly as big as the turbine's tower frame to stop the vibration and wind movement. So, or you're going to have to stick 3 cameras on every turbine to look in all directions to get stability below the blades, looking out the other direction. Now, these are worth from memory, about $15,000 to $18,000 each, and they have a annual maintenance cost as well. So you're talking a lot of cameras. But they won't work at night, they won't work in the rain, they won't work in sea mist. So it'd be a very expensive exercise for not a lot of joy, I wouldn't have thought. And if you have to keep shutting down turbines because the birds are there, doesn't it tell you something? Maybe the turbine shouldn't be there? Now, I've been looking at and monitoring cameras and working with, not employed by, working with companies to look at interaction of birds with wind farms for a number of years. Now, we've assessed radar, thermal cameras from ground, and the last one we've been playing with is thermal cameras from satellite. Really interesting stuff, but we're trying to pick at one wind farm the difference between a swan and a brolga, so we can monitor them by satellite and see their movements. But at this point in time, cloud's a problem, and the cameras are having difficulty distinguishing the colour difference between a brolga and a black swan. So we're not doing too good so far with the thermals on satellite. Thermals on ground, a bit better, but they've only got a range of like 40 metres. So if you've got, we're looking at sticking them on turbine towers, we're looking at sticking them on poles, we're looking at different things. But if you've only got a 40 metre range, then you can't shut the turbine down quick enough to stop the bird being killed anyway. And none of these technologies operate under all weather conditions. Probably the closest one is a radar technology that was actually invented in Australia and they're used overseas, but not in Australia. But you're looking at, it's a few years ago since we played with that one, but back then it was, it'd be close to $100,000 a unit, and you'd need multiple units, and you've got interference in Kentbruck from other things, including trees and atmospheric conditions, so I'm not sure that would work either. The most sensible way is not to put the turbines in there. I think we talked about the Brett Lane successful breeding, so we probably forgot to delete this one last night. Consultants are not independent. We got a lecture this morning from the proponent that us dumb farmers and NGOs that come in here and try and tell people stuff that, we can't use other people because they're not independent. Well, consultants for the wind farms aren't independent either. There's many examples of wind farm consultants where they omit important information from their reports. It could be concluded to facilitate the project's approval. Stockyard Hill was an interesting one. You know, what was it? I forget the number, 56 or whatever it was, nesting sites not included. At Darlington, it was 30. At other ones, it's just not included. And it's information that can be got from ground truthing or VBA. And it's left to the community to challenge the reports and hold them to account, seeing DEC is also not independent because they're a part of an organisation that wants to meet a emissions target, and they're trying to push through projects and remove the ability to go to VCAT and remove EES requirements. That's not independence. I've many examples of this, but I'll just show a couple. So this is an assessment report for Penshurst Wind Farm, and the reason I use this is it goes back to 2009, but anyway. This map was used to assess back in 2009 where the Brolga nests were in relation to Penshurst. But if you have a look at this area here, there's, get the mouse back over here. Yeah, this area here. So if this consultant's report was believed at the time, and people didn't jack up when MacArthur was proposed, and when Willertook was proposed, and when other ones were proposed, there's nothing there. And what this lack of information here goes back to the Ombudsman's inquiry, where data was removed off the atlas. So,
Chair, I'm sorry. How are you possibly assisted by a submission about the so-called independence of a different witness appearing in a different proceeding? How can this possibly bear upon the matters that you need to determine here in 2009?
I didn't interrupt the President when he was talking.
I am interrupting on the basis that it's not relevant.
Well, that's up to the panel to decide when I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Chessel. I can hear your frustration. I'm happy for Mr Cumming to present his submission, and we'll consider the material before us during our assessment. So thank you.
Thank you.
You can continue, Mr Cumming.
Thank you. Now, another one shown is here is Mortlake and Darlington. These are the Brolga nest sites that were shown, and these is what the panel would have considered. However, this is what DELP's data looked like. And there was a situation that arose where the Ombudsman again got involved, and it is relevant to this panel because the Ombudsman is going to get involved with Kentbruck and is going to get involved with the handbook because the same things are being tried on the panel here. So I believe it is relevant. But anyway, so DECA had this data. So the Ombudsman and our local member, who's Dennis Napthine, who became Premier, and the Secretary of DSE at the time, all agreed that one of Brett Lane's staff and myself together would go and site the nests and record them. We found 30 nest sites that weren't on the documents that was presented to the panel. And that's the document, and we all had to sign off on it. So it is very relevant, I believe. So we're moving on to where Brolga's nest, and we've heard consultants say you have to have inundation, you have to have so many weeks of whatever, of water coverage, but it's not true. It may be desirable to have water, but several Brolga's nest on dry land on several properties within 10 kilometres of my farm at Darlington. I'm aware of it, I photograph them regularly, and we follow them through to fledging of chicks. Under cross-examination of biosis at Mount Fyans, they admitted they were aware of dryland nesting, but still claimed a 90-day inundation is a requirement. Here's one Brolga looking a bit confused at a drone looking at his dryland nest. Here's another one nesting in the grass. Here's another one nesting in a rocky outcrop in a paddock. And this next one's on an island, and I've been monitoring this Brolga for 15 years, and never once has this Brolga nested in water, but it's regularly had chicks survive and fledge. It comes to feed on our place sometimes 2 flights a day, it's 7 kilometres, and it nests on an island. It's never nested in water, this one. That's a close-up. It's another one. This was a 30-day inundation. Brolga hatched chick and walked to a nearby wetland with the chick over dry land, and it fledged. 30-day inundation. It's another one nesting in a creek. Creek floods, creek recedes. It regularly also nests in that area and regularly has fledged chicks. It's another one, and this one was a transmission station. This is the location that was selected for if the Darlington wind farm goes ahead. This was the location where the transmission station was to be put. And it's only because I had photographs and records that now, if it's ever built, which I doubt it will because half the host landholders have pulled out now, but if it's ever built, the transmission station is now 5 kilometres away. Another grazed out paddock, wet for a month, successful brolga. So under cross-examination at the Mount Fines Wind Farm panel, biologists were asked, were they aware of brolga nesting on the ground? And the answer was why they were nesting, and the answer was along the lines of there wasn't enough wetland habitat to go around. So based on that, there's not enough wetland habitat to go around. Why on earth would we allow Kentbruck to proceed to displace more nesting pairs from perfectly good wetlands, Ramsar wetlands, and end up as we are at Chepstow, Stockyard Hill, Dundonald and Salt Creek? If the turbines are built at Kentbruck, I believe they will render the Ramsar wetlands useless for brolgas and many other birds. And from what we've seen from just looking at the VBA, possibly bitterns as well. So the brolgas survived for 10 million years so far at least. And I don't want to see a project of a 20-year design life exterminate a species. And as I said, it's not only irresponsible, I think it's criminal. So in permit applications, consultants claim very small amounts of vegetation will be removed. This is another native vegetation removal we've wandered off onto. And they claim cable laying and transmission lines for turbines will just be a slit in the ground. They claim the impact, and this is a number of wind farm panels I've seen. I haven't actually seen a number for Kentbruck, but they claim in other wind farm panels that only 2% of arable land is lost. Well, this is what happened at Dundonald. And in the end, 60 hectares, more than the permit required amount, was cleared because of the construction of roads and pads. It wasn't a 3-metre road. It was just about a highway. I said this at the start of the hearing, I think, from memory, that I believe consultants should be prosecuted under Planning and Environment Act for misleading panels. I'll leave it up to the panel if they think they're misled. Now, when we talked about consultants being independent or not, this is from page 19 of the Planning Minister's report on the Golden Plains Wind Farm. And he says, he's talking about the use of the wind farm company's consultants for project work, for Arthur Riley, for technical reference groups. He's saying they're invaluable, but it would be better for the avoidance of any perceived conflict of interest if consultants working or likely to work on projects to which revised guidance apply do not have a determinative role in the revision process. So the planning minister at the time didn't seem to think that they could be perceived as being independent. And interestingly enough, I've got a lot of FOI documents on this, backing and forward within DELP of, we're told we're not allowed to use them, but we want to use them. And in the end, they were used in some form or other in the production of the handbook. And my personal opinion is I don't think they're independent. That's my personal opinion, and I'll keep repeating that. So I believe if the consultants' evidence, the panel should not weight it as heavily because they are potentially biased. And interestingly enough, 2 companies have told me they actually paid a success fee for environmental consultants if the projects were approved. No idea if Kentbruck are or aren't, but if you're paying a success fee to a consultant to get a project approved, that's not independent. So after the planning minister has stated that Brett Lane and Biosis shouldn't be a part of the scientific panel because of perceived independence issues, Arthur Riley still contracted Biosis to do their mortality report. But that's actually an interesting thing, because in the cross-examination, Biosis claimed they had no access to any of the reports. But when you read the mortality report, it says that they were provided with 15 wind farms reports. And for Biosis to undertake modelling, which they in the report comments on how that the reports were used, how the birds were searched for, and everything else, they must have read these reports. So I guess, did they have access to the reports or not? The Arthur Riley report suggests they did. The consultant said earlier in this hearing that they didn't. But then we look at the reports, and the report seems to say that the mortality per turbine is less than one bird per year, page 24, table 10. But we asked through FOI what the wind farms were, and they refused to tell us. But we can see what one of them was. You can just go through the reports, you can pick them. But even with ARIs refusing to acknowledge that the reports for Arthur, for instance, are 10 to 13 dead birds per turbine per year, and bats are higher, they still are trying to say that the mortality per turbine is less than one bird per year. And it just doesn't make any sense to me at all. So MacArthur, if you look at their reports, after 3 years, they've killed nearly 4,000 birds and bats. And that's just not over the 3 years, that's every year. And Dundonald's running pretty close to that at the moment as well. So that's just the report we're talking about. And that's where we're talking about the 15 Victorian wind farms. So they determined, and they being Arthur Riley and Biosis, that out of all the 15 reports, that only 2 wind farms had sufficient data for rigorous analysis. Now, I would have thought the most detailed reporting done and the most scientific information put forward would have been the MacArthur reports, which showed between 10 and 13 dead birds per year. But for some reason it's not deemed that way. This is out of the MacArthur report, 2014. All birds, 10.19. 2015 report, 13.4. But for some reason, mustn't have been good enough information. This is, it'll be in my emails connected to my original submission, but this is just some analysis that someone else has done of the normal curve and distance from turbines and everything else. And this is where they believe the birds would go. And interestingly enough, when Woods did his work and doubled his survey time and increased his distance, he started getting different numbers as well. So I think if the panel's going to allow such a thing to happen, they need to increase the search area and drastically increase the amount of searches being done. Otherwise, you're not going to find what's really happening anyway. Now, brolgers have been found dead at several wind farms. The consultants will say no brolgers have been found dead, or maybe one at Dundonald, or maybe one at MacArthur. There's been recorded deaths at Leonards Hill, Warborough, MacArthur, and Dundonald. But because the birds have been found outside the search area of the turbine length, and one of them was 20 metres outside, mind you, it wasn't deemed to be killed by a turbine. So I asked for the autopsy report and was refused. DECA refused it. And they just said, oh, no, there was no evidence that it was hit by a blade. But birds don't have to be hit by blades. Just the turbulence can knock a bird like a brolger out of the air if he gets too close to the blade. And if he falls to the ground, he's dead. So he doesn't necessarily have to be hit by a blade. But the refusal to provide the information was interesting. And also the fact that it was 20 metres outside a search area was interesting. But if you imagine a blade that is running over 300 kilometres an hour and hits an object that weighs 15 kilometres, it's not going to fall to the ground. It's going to be accelerated at a distance and go, speed is distance over time, whatever the calculation is. It's going to go a considerable distance before it hits the ground. And at MacArthur, they found dead eagles that were 50 metres away, 60 metres away, and 150 metres away. So you can't just limit a search area to the length of the blade. It doesn't stack up. We've talked about collision risk modelling. A number of turbines have been removed. We talked about that. Quite a large number of turbines percentagely have been moved or relocated only because of people like myself going to panels and saying you're wrong. Going back to Wool North, and keep in mind this is relevant because the collision risk modelling that you're relying on here all stems back to Biosis's work at a wind farm in Tasmania. Now, the supporting documents again are attached to my submission and the appendices sections B, C and D. But the original Wool North documents claimed that when all 6 wind farms were built, only 3 eagles would be killed a year across all 6. But document 237, well, that might be an old document number. But anyway, that was proved to be extremely wrong because they were killing 22 eagles in the first year or first 2 years. So protocols were developed for management of eagles and eagles' nests in vicinity of wind farms, and a 4-tier approach was adopted to manage the potential impact. But 5 years later, after the first wind farm was built, the company admitted to 20 deaths in the first 3 years alone, when it was supposed to be 3 deaths over 6 entire wind farms. So it didn't work, the modelling didn't work. So if you go to this link, you can look at collision rates that are remaining the same, and the mitigation methods have failed. Go to TasHydro's website, and they say they failed with the mitigation. Over 10 years, they have been doing it, and they finally are now saying they failed. They're now doing an offset plan to protect 13 pairs of eagles somewhere else and covenant the site. But the trouble is what they're finding at Wool North and also at MacArthur and Ararat and Dundonald is the eagles keep flying in. So to kill 20 eagles at a site in 12 months under the search turbines and 60 eagles for the extrapolated area, to kill 60 eagles in a site like Ararat, which we've already looked at the reports, the birds have got to be coming in from somewhere else. They're taking over territory and coming in and getting killed, and more coming in. And at MacArthur, it's referred to as an eagle sink. Because if you go around MacArthur and look extensively at where the eagle population was and is, you'll find it's affecting an area 10 kilometres out from the wind farm. And Dundonald is now starting to do the same thing. And at Dundonald, they've created another problem because they've got rats that the raptors and owls aren't taken care of anymore, and now rats are becoming a problem. And it's not just near the wind farm, it's affecting properties 6 and 7 kilometres away because the raptors are being exterminated as they come in from the outside. Stuff about Muscle Row.
Mr. Cumming, I'm wondering if it might be a good time to break for lunch.
Yep.
So we'll, and I'm just looking at where you're at in your slide pack. I understand we've got the time scheduled for you this afternoon, but I'll just get an idea from you what you anticipate needing this afternoon. So if we reconvene at 2 p.m,
yeah,
you'll be taking us through the balance of your slides, and
yeah, I'll be finished with under an hour, I'll say.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking that perhaps we could have a slightly shorter lunch and come back at 1:45. and we'll hear the balance of your submissions then.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll see everybody at 1:45. you. Thank you. So I'll just note before I hand back to Mr Cumming, we've received some submissions in anticipation of tomorrow's presentation. So from Viva Lynn Lenehan, Stephen Liddickett and Francis Thompson. And there were other parties that I mentioned in the hearing yesterday. So just noting those, thank you to the parties for circulating. And also a reminder that we're actually starting tomorrow slightly earlier, so starting at 9:50. The team will email out to all parties to confirm that. The version 7 timetable still says starting at 10, but just a reminder, and I'll remind everybody again at the end of the day. Thank you. So, Mr Cumming?
Okay.
Back to you. Thank you.
So where we left off was the consultants claim the Warborough collision risk. There's a mic on still somewhere, sorry. I'm getting feedback from a mic somewhere. Thank you. Consultants claim the Warborough collision risk model was used for an estimate of 3 raptors a year proposed to be killed at Macarthur. The Warborough model was just the Woolnorth model, but they didn't say that at the time because the Woolnorth model had already been found to be flawed. If you read the 217 article that's there linked there, the article repeatedly states the consultants modelling and estimate mortalities is consistently wrong and searches are too few and too close to the turbines. Turbines and transmission lines killed 7 eagles in 4 months, July to October, 12 the year before, 11 before the year before that, and 5 the year before that. So it actually got worse over time. Okay, so from the post-completion reports that I've obtained and compiled data from, you can see that the raptor deaths as a percentage of the total bird kills, Warborough is 40%, Macarthur's 30% in 1 year. And it's a bit of detail there. About 65% of the incidental dead birds found outside the surveyed area were raptors as well. Kentbruck, 70% were raptors. Cape Bridgewater, 50%. 60% of incidental finds were Nankeen kestrels. Morton's Lane, 78%. Ararat, what's that? 53%. Mount Mercer, 42% in year 1 and 20% in year 2. And the sources for those documents are down the side. At Yolo, collision risk was done. It showed the risk of eagle death was too high. They said 3 deaths out of the 12 residents a year for only 70 turbines. That said the total population was 12 eagles and the permit wasn't approved. From here, the model output has never actually reflected the same mathematics. They say a smaller number, but the deaths are still there. I think Yolo actually, in the end, redid things and got approved, but initially it was declined. Mount Mercer estimated 11 carcasses per turbine per year. 21 turbines were searched out of 64. Between June 2014 and December 2015, 15 incidental bird carcasses were found, of which 60% were raptors. In 12-month period of searches at turbines, 41% of raptors were the dead birds. No eagles were found during turbine searches, but 5 were found with maintenance staff. So that was an interesting little twist. Year 2, Mount Mercer, estimated 6.45 carcasses per turbine. a 3-month gap was in the data due to maintenance, exclusion of people going in. 4th month data was not used as they cleaned up the site from the dead birds for the last 3. 20% of raptors were found, of the bird kill was raptors in year 2. 66% of the incidental finds, not during searches, were found to be raptors, and 5 eagles found by maintenance staff. Yeah, just second part there, 70% of casuals found were raptors. This sort of repeats what's in the table a bit, but it shows that the incidental searches were producing, in some cases, more birds than the actual searches found by maintenance staff outside of search times. There's already a cumulative impact for every wind farm that has been built so far. Raptors are dying at an alarming rate. Populations are declining for distances out to 10 kilometres from wind farms. Brolgas have lost hundreds of nesting and feeding wetlands as well. And as I've said, a number of brolgas have been killed but not recognised by the companies or the consultants because of the distances they were from the turbines. Also on brolga deaths, I like to include the 2 chicks that died at Macarthur when their parents were driven off by the turbines getting over 30%. So I see that as 2 other brolga deaths. We've talked about aerial surveys for Kentbruck, but I have severe concerns with the aerial surveys. The time of the year they're done, where they're looking, and what they're looking for. So one thing, during the 2019 aerial survey, we were given a date and a time, and we did our own searches as well. And what we found was that the aerial surveys shouldn't actually be given any weight, because nesting and breeding did occur right across the ROI, but weren't detected, either because they were done at the wrong time or didn't see them or whatever. But this pair that we had before in the Salt Lake wasn't seen. This pair wasn't seen, and that's inside the wind farm footprint. This pair wasn't seen, which is on the edge of the ROI. And we're back to the start. So before I finish off, I'd just like to remind the panel that they can replicate all of the data and all the mapping that we've displayed. It's all on the VBA. It's all available from DECA. There should be no reason why the panel or the proponent can't replicate that. I'd also just like to say that this isn't a courtroom. It seems it's getting more and more, the panels are getting more and more legalistic, and there's more solicitors lined up on either side. It's the first time I've been to a panel where the department haven't even represented themselves. They've used lawyers. You know, the people like myself and the other submitters, we're not on trial, and it's getting to the stages where we're being treated like we're on trial, and I don't think that's right. Also, we're given no right of reply. Like at the end of the hearing, the proponents have a closing or a right of reply, and at every single panel that I've been to, and I've been to a few, as you know, there's in that right of reply, there's quite often new information introduced. There's comments made about people who have presented that in some cases would be bordering on slanderous, and information that has been said that is incorrect. And at one panel hearing, I wrote a 5-page document of all the things that was wrong with the right of reply. And but because of the system, the community has no right to respond to that. So it's up to the panel to make sure that what they're seeing and hearing is correct, and not just stuff made up to get a permit approved, because the community has no ability to go back and say that's wrong. An example of that is in this hearing. If Mr. Organ had saved his attack on my preamble of the Stockyard Hill document until right of reply, the panel wouldn't have known that what Mr. Organ said wasn't correct and wasn't able to be substantiated. And so I'm very glad that he did that when he did it, because it gave me the ability to respond to that. Now, we've been told that, you can't introduce new information, you can't do this, you can't do that. But my understanding of the structure of planning panels and hearings is that when we do a submission at this stage of the panel, it doesn't have to reflect what we put in our submissions at the beginning of the panel. It can be new information, particularly since during the panel hearing, we see and hear stuff from the expert witnesses and other presenters that may be wrong, may add to what we want to say, or may just prompt some further questions. And I've never been to a panel where the submitter from the community has been told that they can't introduce something new because that's going to hurt us, because we've spent so much money getting this project to this stage. If we use that information, by default, we might not have a project. That's just wrong. I mean, the whole process is supposed to be using all the available information and doing the right thing for the environment, not trying to force a project into approval. The proponent shouldn't be interrupting submitters, shouldn't be lecturing us before we start. And I think when we talk about, we've been told and talked about due process, I think due process for the community should be upheld, and the community shouldn't be interrupted. You've got a lot of people here, this panel that are presenting, that have never presented to a panel before. I'm used to it. I know the tricks. I've seen it before. But a lot of the people, I would imagine, are feeling intimidated or threatened or nervous. And that's not what this is supposed to be. This is supposed to be an open and free and secure place for people to have their say. And I think that probably finishes up my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cumming. We do have a question. Ms. Member Wilkinson, I'll hand to you first. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, Mr. Cumming. I just wanted to clarify you touched on this in your slides towards the end. I guess the question I'm interested in is the extent to which you think the baseline survey work that's been done to identify brogger breeding sites and wetlands, the extent to which you think that there's been sites missed that should have been buffered, and you talk about what you saw as some issues with the aerial surveys, but you also had concerns about exclusion of saline wetlands. So just to be sort of clear from the panel's point of view, are there particular sites that you think have been left out that if the project proceeded should have a buffer around them?
Well, there's two. Sorry, there's a microphone. There's two parts to that. One is the proponent hasn't done site-specific surveys, so we don't know what's there or what's not there really. The local community have probably got a much better idea, and the bird groups than I do. It's not an area that I frequent or have a lot of personal knowledge on. But the fact that the site-specific work hasn't been done and the areas haven't been surveyed correctly, I know from other wind farms that I have done work on or been close to or are nearby, that a lot of stuff is missed. And it's missed because they haven't consulted the local community enough, and the proponent may say they have. I don't believe they have. I don't believe they've done enough on-site work. And in terms of buffering, the existing broggers that are recognised to be there, and other panels would say that's probably half of what is actually there, but the existing stuff that is there should be buffered by at least the buffer required under the interim guidelines for a non-site specific survey project, and that is 3.2 k's plus a disturbance range on top of that. It takes it to 3.5 k's. I personally think it should be 5 kilometres, but the guideline at the moment is the rule. So if the rule says no site specific, you have to do 3.5, then I think it should be automatic that it's 3.5.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. I have a question for you regarding the further information, the data and the documents that you had requested be sought through the IAC process and you referred to in your submission. So my question is just to clarify with with the documents and information you've provided, whether that information is in you provide, just with the number of documents that have come in at different stages, I'm just wanting to be sure whether that's been provided to us through your submission.
It's partly been provided. I've sourced and provided the Arthur Riley Northern Victoria and Western Victoria. So that part we've sourced and provided to the panel. I haven't provided you with the raw data because it's 500,000 data points for every bird, and I'm not sure what you do with that. What I guess originally asked for is that the Arthur Riley data be provided and mapped by Arthur Riley, not by Hamish Cumming. The second part of that is the Inca Veltham data. What I asked for was that she did 22 or 23 birds that she tracked, and I asked the panel to get the individual birds mapped bird by bird, because the VBA isn't clear with bird identifiers, and the only one that we could successfully map with confidence is that one that we did the animation for, because we knew exactly when it was banded and we knew when the next ones near it were banded. So we could assume that a freshly banded bird at 6 kilometres away that was just, able to walk a bit isn't going to be popping up 6 kilometres away the next morning. The ability that is there for DECA to map those individual birds, I demonstrated through that collar document from the Dundonald Planning Panel. That was available, and DECA suppressed that, or DELP suppressed that for nearly 6 years, and they have that for every single bird, and they can produce that for every breeding season and every flocking season for each of those birds, and you could easily map the home ranges with that data accurately, cleanly, and efficiently. And DECA have refused to do that, and that's what I was hoping the panel could ask them to do that.
Thank you. And the the video that you showed us with the individual data mapped, the Inca Veltham data,
Yep.
When you're saying we knew, was that when you're saying we, can I just confirm who did that?
It's myself and myself, my household, and my computer, and my dog.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Cumming. And just before we let you go, I will confirm, so we've clearly the comments that you've just made around the process, I'll just acknowledge those. So I'm not asking for further comment on those, but just acknowledging what you've stated, and to confirm in relation to comments of replies, I'm sure you're well experienced with many of these processes do provide an opportunity to comment on the, without prejudice way, so on the project documents at the end of the process. And the IAC will be running that process for this matter as a standard process, for a committee process as well. So I'm sure you're aware of that, but just making note of it.
Okay, thank you. Because in previous panels, they've said that you can do it, but it has no weight.
So the process for the comments or comments on the project documents, it won't be an invitation to provide substantive or merit comments on the proponent's closing submissions, but it will be on the basis that if the project were to proceed, what should the project controls look like? So looking at the final day versions and providing detailed comments on those.
Okay.
There'll be another opportunity to ask about that as we close the hearing next week. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. We really appreciate you coming along. Thank you. So that does bring us to the end of today's hearing. As I mentioned, we'll be starting at 9:50 tomorrow morning, and we will issue an email to all parties to make sure people are aware of that. We will also come back to the proponent. We'll prepare and issue written questions from any issues that have arisen out of the submissions from yesterday and today. I don't anticipate there'll be a lot, but just to alert you to the fact that we'll be putting those in writing as well.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a sense of when we might receive those questions?
It will be in the morning,
Okay.
yes. Thank you. Are there any matters that we need to discuss before we close for the day?
Not for our part, no.
Thank you. Great. It looks like nobody online. So thank you very much. I look forward to seeing everybody back tomorrow morning. Thank you.